Good evening. I wanted to call the Monday, November 10th meeting of the City Council to order. Good evening, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you start with roll call, please?
Yes. Ms. Conley?
Here.
Ms. Downs?
Here.
Ms. Flynn?
Here.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Here.
Mr. Snyder?
Here.
Ms. Underhill?
Here.
And Mayor Hardy?
Here.
Thank you, Council.
Everyone could rise and join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you all. Is there a motion to adopt tonight's meeting agenda?
Can I make a motion to amend the agenda?
Sure.
I'd like to add TR 25-40 to item 10B2. That's a resolution to authorize payment of emergency funds appropriated in a prior amendment. And then I'd also like to add, in other business, a council appointment.
Okay. Is there a second for that amendment?
Second.
Hiscott on the second. Call roll.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz-Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Okay, the meeting agenda is adopted with those two amendments. Let's start off tonight with a proclamation. It's a proclamation declaring November 13th through 19th as Transgender Awareness Week and Wednesday, November 20th, 2025 as Transgender Day of Remembrance. And Vice Mayor Hiscott will do the honors.
Thank you. Whereas the Falls Church City Council supports the bodily autonomy and human dignity of all members of our community, and whereas the school board and superintendent for the Falls Church City Public Schools issued a joint statement on transgender rights in Falls Church City Public Schools on September 20th, 2022, which assured the community of the Falls Church City Public Schools' commitment to value and support every student in their charge and uphold settled law and FCCPS non-discrimination and anti-harassment policies. And whereas the City Council appreciates the Falls Church City Public School Board's commitment to value and support every student in their charge, ensuring that all students are treated with dignity and respect in our schools. And whereas the City Council has previously demonstrated support for community members of all backgrounds and identities, including transgender, non-binary, and gender nonconforming persons, with Resolution 2010-13, a resolution in support of diversity, adopted March 22, 2010. And whereas City Ordinance 2002 prohibits discrimination based on sexual orientation, which has historically been linked to discrimination based on gender expression and identity. And whereas city-run programs, events, and activities are open for all to participate in a manner consistent with their gender identity. And whereas the Virginia Human Rights Act and court precedents make it clear that government agencies and public schools have a duty to respect the gender identity of transgender persons. And whereas the week of November 13th through 19th is celebrated as Transgender Awareness Week, which seeks to increase the visibility of transgender people and the issues they face, including but not limited to prejudicial treatment, lack of acceptance, and violence. And whereas Transgender Awareness Week culminates in the Transgender Day of Remembrance, first organized in 1999 to commemorate the murder of Rita Hester, a transgender woman, and has grown into the recognition of the many transgender people lost to violence each year.
Now, Therefore, I, Letty Hardy, Mayor of the City of Falls Church, Virginia, do hereby declare November 13th through 19th, 2025 as Transgender Awareness Week and Wednesday, November 20th, 2025 as Transgender Day of Remembrance in the City of Falls Church, and call upon the community to lift up the lives and voices of transgender people, work towards eliminating discrimination against all transgender, gender expansive, and non-binary people, and honor the lives of those who've been lost to anti-transgender violence this year and over the years. It looks like we may have members of the audience helping receive the proclamation tonight. Would you all like to come up or speak?
Yes, and Emily Green is signed up to speak.
Terrific. Welcome.
Short. Thank you. I'm here with the Pride Alliance, a group of parents of LGBTQ+ kids in Falls Church City Schools. Thank you for this resolution and for consistently bringing this commemoration forward as a council for several years. This commemoration marks many things. The murder of Rita Hester in Boston in 1998, as you recognized. The approximately 40 transgender people subjected to fatal violence every year, about 60% of whom are transgender women of color. The intersectionality of anti-trans hate, blending misogyny and racism alongside transphobia. I also want to acknowledge that all of this anti-trans violence is born of a climate of bias. That climate gets baked into everyday policies and conversations, such as, number one, the Virginia High School League's decision to exclude trans and gender nonconforming kids from participating in sports teams that align with their gender. Number two, the discussion you might have about that decision with friends and neighbors in which someone remarks, well, maybe they're afraid someone might get hurt, and no one corrects them that the stats don't support that premise. Number three, the discussion you might have in which someone says, these identities are just phases for kids these days. We don't have to accommodate them. And you don't correct it to say, well, if it's a phase, how come 60% of trans kids consider suicide when no one affirms their phase? That's not the same as music tastes or favorite colors. And number four, here's the big one, the clear fear present in our community to vocalize support for our transgender and non-binary students in school policy, in campaigns, for fear of retribution from higher government entities or from voters. If you don't have trans kids or aren't trans or non-binary yourself, I ask you to imagine your core identity here instead. That someone questions your right to play sports because of your religion, that you hear almost daily news regarding your child's right to use the bathroom on account of their, let's say, ethnic identity. This resolution is fine, it's good, it's great. We appreciate its publicness, especially. But I ask each of us here, as a public forum, what are you doing to correct disinformation about our kids? What are you doing to show your support? What are you doing every day to stem this tide of hate and bias? Because things might have just gotten better in Virginia in ways we need to work together to sustain. But federal threats aren't going anywhere, and the culture isn't changing unless we each stand up to change it in acts like this and more. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you all like to come up to receive the proclamation? Or anyone else we believe who feels like they're an ally, we'd welcome to come up. Thank you all. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone in the audience here to receive their oath?
I haven't heard from anybody. Is anybody here to get an oath of office for their board and commission service? Doesn't look like it.
Okay. Well,
Thank
let's
you.
move on to receipt of public comment then. Can we start with a summary of written comments?
I will, thank you. We're getting there. So the written comments we've received since your October 27th regular meeting, the following wrote in support of implementing the Bike Master Plan: Andrew Olison for Bike Falls Church, David Bloomgarden, 506 Greenwich Street, Aaron Good, Robert Leopold, 200 North Maple Avenue, Susanna Locke, 455 South Maple Avenue, Robert Fuentes, 705 Fulton Avenue, and Ayana Stukes of zip code 22041. Jeff Heil of 307 Grove Avenue wrote with concerns about the condition of utility poles. Richard and Marika Sign, 305 West Columbia Street, wrote with concerns about leaf pickup delays. City Council also received 3,880 emails outlining concerns about a video posted by the Muslim Student Association at Thomas Jefferson High School for Science and Technology, and resident Paul Rothstein sent an email with similar concerns.
Let's move on to receipt of public comment live or in virtually.
Yes, first we have Andrew Olison, followed by Richard Klein, and I'll set up for our 3-minute timer.
Clock.
It's slow and old. Okay.
All right. Hi, everybody. I'm Andrew Olson at 615 Lincoln Avenue. Just wanted to emphasize the comments we emailed in for Bike Falls Church. Glad to see the update on the agenda tonight on the Bike Master Plan and the Missing Links program. Those are both really exciting progress this year. What I've seen in the last several months around biking and walking in the city has been, I think, a really awesome step change. A lot more safety-first design elements, a lot more willingness to pull in national best practices, a lot more kind of clarity and public communication around what the plans are. So I love that. It's been great, and it's been just been awesome to see. One small change you'll hear about more that'd be helpful to add to this, particularly in terms of furthering the trust we're starting to build now, is getting rid of that sign behind the fire station, sort of the weird custom one, replacing it with a standard no through traffic sign. For those of us who know the history of that sign, it's just what's there now just screams as sort of a reminder of the trust issues we've had in the past, and it'd be great to just move past that with the standard MUTCD sign. My comments on Friday, assembled by our Bike Falls Church leaders, cover the North Washington Street project that is in the plan for this year to design, as well as the grant application for Hillwood, Annandale, and South Washington, that area down there. We wanted to submit our comments early in terms of what we wanted to see in that in terms of bike and walk safety. So we're putting that in at the beginning and not trying to cram it in at the 60% stage or whatever. So you've got all that now. We hope it looks better than what we're seeing at the North Washington and Columbia intersection. That's a nice sort of refresh of traffic signals and like a fresh crosswalk, but like it's not really a multimodal project. It's sort of a dust up of what was there before, core infrastructure stuff. So we hope we can get more in these next two projects. Also sent in our note to look at the city's NTC, CIP, paving, and all the other kind of project plans and overlap those with the Bike Master Plan. It was really, really cool to see that we're actually going to do design work on most of the streets in the Bike Master Plan in the next 3 years. So in 3 years from now, we'll basically have designed what our city's bike infrastructure is going to look like. So sort of now's the moment. I'm really glad to see it. We'll kind of all keep showing up and providing comments and rallying the public on those specific designs. Also in there, some of you have asked me, what can we do now? What are some quick wins? In that comment, there's a list of kind of streets where there's basically no parking today. The street's overly wide. It's useful bike connections. So there's some really easy, put some paint down and we'll make some progress on there. So in summary, it's been a great year so far. I'm really encouraged by what I'm seeing. And thank you for all the time. Thank you for the continued building of trust and communication about how we engage with the community on transportation. And yeah, looking forward to the next 3 years.
Next, we have Richard Klein, followed by Quinn Nguyen.
Richard Klein, 603 West Falls Way. I'm here about a matter that has undermined public trust. In 2022, the Department of Public Works replaced the VDOT standard no-through traffic sign installed just off Little Falls Road with a non-standard version DPW custom engineered. More than 200 people signed this petition because they find the custom sign confusing and want the VDOT standard sign restored. Public safety rightly supersedes public opinion, and signage is DPW's responsibility. But an essential part of that responsibility is documenting the technical basis for any departures from standards. No such documentation exists for the custom sign. I filed a FOIA request. DPW's response consisted only of emails and links to manuals. It provided no documented rationale explaining why the VDOT standard sign was deemed inadequate or how the custom sign addressed those perceived shortcomings. The manuals DPW provided state that effective signs convey a clear meaning. Since no survey was conducted on whether the custom sign's message is easily understood, staff should consider this petition. In my unscientific poll, only one person out of several hundred said he understood the sign. Additionally, this discretionary decision raises questions about spending choices and city priorities. Why did the former DPW director spend staff time and department funds on a custom sign when a VDOT standard one was already in place? Transparency is needed to foster public confidence in city decisions and provide context for project delays and budget pressures. Because Falls Church endorses open government, the documents that enable effective public oversight must be accessible. If the city cannot uphold its core values in this case, I respectfully ask that the VDOT standard sign be restored. Thank you, and special thanks to the council members who have supported me. And I would also like to support the Bike Master Plan and pedestrian infrastructure improvements to our city. Thank you.
Next, we have Quinn Nguyen. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm speaking on behalf of Viet Place Collective, VPC, or a local grassroots organization based here in Northern Virginia. We wanted to speak and express our support of the city staff's recommendation to allocate $35,000 to the Vietnamese community outreach as a part of the fiscal year 2025 surplus. VPC first advocated for this position in 2023 during the East End Small Area Plan to foster connections between the Vietnamese community, Falls Church City, to help our community members get access to crucial information, services, and resources. So during the spring, when the pilot program, the 6-month pilot program was launched, we were so excited. And as you know, our community is quite chatty, so word of Unlay's presence spread pretty quickly. So I'd like to give a little bit of feedback on that. Overall, it's been a great honor to work with Unlay, the Vietnamese outreach specialist, and Cindy. We're hearing word from the small businesses at Eden Center that they didn't even know that they could access some things on the website, particularly the seniors of Winter Hill have been really touched to know that the city cared to even reach out to them because they primarily just feel unrecognized. So that was a real success in our part. And hearing about that progress has been really helpful for us as well. We're hearing different ideas of how we can work with the city and also outreach our community more. But we also know that trust takes time. As you know, building trust between the immigrant community and government is tough right now. So we have a few suggestions. 10 hours a week is really, really difficult to build and foster that trust within the community. So we would like to ask for potentially more hours or even a full-time position. And some ways that we were thinking of this is we know that the Vietnamese outreach specialist has been employed through a contractor, and we know that that usually incurs some sort of funds. So to increase the salary by getting rid of the contractor, the third-party contractor, might be a potential idea. In the next 2026 budget, we would love to advocate for a larger budget for salary or an increase of hours for the specialist. But overall, we want to thank you for investing in our community. It's been really great to hear all of the aunties and uncles report back that the city came to visit and they weren't in trouble. So thank you so much. Thank you for working with us. Sorry.
Thank you. Is that it?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all for public comments. I know that we also have second reading in a public hearing later on, so if you have public comments for that, we would welcome your input then. Let's move on to report of the city manager. Mr. Shields, you've got a long, lengthy report tonight for us.
Well, thank you, Mayor Hardy, and members of council, members of the community. I do have 5 items that are listed on the agenda for the city manager's report, and so we'll just jump right in. We have guests from the Virginia PACE Authority who are joining us online, and I'll allow Kurt to introduce them. This is an item that will come up later on tonight's agenda, but to assist our colleagues with the authority, we wanted to let the council hear from them about this state program at the beginning of the agenda as opposed to at the end of tonight's meeting.
Yeah. Thank you, Wyatt, and thank you, Council, for hearing on this matter. With us tonight is Abby Johnson, the Director of the Virginia PACE Authority. And like Wyatt said, she's going to join us for just a few minutes at the beginning of this meeting to introduce herself and talk a little bit about kind of what Virginia PACE Authority, or VPA, is, and a little bit about CPACE. So if Abby's with us online, I'd like to turn it over to her.
All right, thanks, Kurt, very much. And thank you for the opportunity to speak about Virginia PACE Authority to the City Council and the Mayor. I also have with me my colleague Ellen Dixon on the line. We're the heart of the team here. So basically, a very, very brief description of what this program is. Basically, it's a program that allows for the funding of a wide variety of energy efficient and renewable energy and resilient measures on commercial multifamily buildings. We are the administrators for the state of Virginia. The program is known as VA CPACE, which stands for Virginia C Commercial Property Assess Clean Energy for PACE. We were established in 2019 and have been running the state program since 2022 and currently have 21 localities in our program, representing over 50% of the state, with another 4 or 5 anticipated in the next 3 to 6 months. We, as the administrators, are responsible for everything regarding the approval of projects, to the marketing of the program, to any prospective localities wishing to join. We onboard them like we're doing tonight, and many other activities related to running the program. I personally have been involved in CPACE since 2012, so I'm considered a veteran in the industry, as it's been only around since 2008, and Ellen's been working with me since 2021. So what are the benefits for the locality, for Falls Church? Well, for sure, it's going to help with economic development. It's a free tool that costs nothing to the locality to have enabled in your city, but allows for revitalizing commercial buildings and improving their property value, creating more revenue for local communities, creating more jobs for the construction industry, and also stimulating the local economy through these new projects. I think also for the city, because you have climate action plan, you have an interest in sustainability, you have, I think this is something that could really contribute to that. In addition to the kind of typical energy efficiency and renewable energy measures, it also supports developing resilient measures like floodproofing and wind and fire resistance and backup generation. So it's really a broad program. Also added recently environmental remediation, EV charging, and stormwater. So really there's a lot of ways that this program, which is really private financing to private building owners, can really help the locality. Locality is involved because basically you are allowing it, unlocking this kind of financing by permitting a property owner to place a voluntary special assessment on their property. And this unlocks long-term fixed rate, competitively priced financing from private capital providers. So I always want to make sure that we talk about the benefits. We also mention any potential challenges or drawbacks. So there is limited staff time involved. I would say that we've done probably at least half of what needs to be done so far in terms of talking to staff, helping them understand how the program works, when they would need to be involved. We've really tried to design the state program to be as hands-off as possible to limit, staff time, because we know that everyone already has too many jobs to do in local government. So we basically have made it so that you are limited to passing the ordinance, and then when a project comes before you, you will sign it. But we handle everything up to that point. So we vet the project from a technical perspective, from a legal perspective. We bring it to you with a letter saying we reviewed everything, and you can then sign the documentation that is consistent with what you're going to be approving, hopefully in the next few months. You're not responsible for collecting or for billing and collecting the CPACE loan payments. And if you want to, you can also delegate the enforcement. You have a choice to enforce the CPACE lien as a special assessment. It would be enforced in the same way as real property tax. So you can delegate that, you can not delegate it, or you can decide on a case-by-case basis. And Kurt will explain any details on that further down in the meeting. Also, we have made it so that there's absolutely no risk or liability. You're indemnified and held harmless throughout in terms of the property itself, the construction, any issues arising with repayment. That's completely on the capital provider. It's on the property owner, the city. No funds are being put at risk in any capacity. It doesn't affect your, your debt capacity. It doesn't affect your credit, and you're not guaranteeing it. And finally, because I know we have limited time, I just want to reiterate that as a program administrator, we are tasked with doing pretty much everything. So we market the program, we approve all the projects, we facilitate the closing of the loans, we onboard contractors, we onboard capital providers into the program, and we actually work on just collaborating as you have time on any opportunity. So if you have a project that someone wants to fund and there's issues with funding, you pass along the name of the developer and we take over. We have standard docs, which are really powerful, I think, for the central state program. It's something we really endeavored to do, is to have a standardized process, standardized documents, standardized guidelines, and this has made it more, attractive for both property owners, developers, and the CPACE lenders, who are the ones out there looking for projects. And this is just a snapshot of who so far is in the program. And we pretty much, Arlington has their own program. They've maintained they were the first ones and are still doing their own program. But other than that, all of Northern Virginia is enabled, with the exception of Falls Church. And we have a lot of other pockets, as you can see. And as I said, 4 or 5 are coming. So I wanted to make this as brief as possible, and I appreciate the time. And Kurt can certainly go into more details about the program and how it works, and available at a future time to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I think City Council had actually tackled this maybe in early 2019 before Virginia Pace Authority was around. And so we're glad that the state has stood up kind of this entity to help a lot of jurisdictions facilitate this. So we appreciate you all joining us, and we'll get to more detail, I think, later on in our agenda as well.
Well, thank you, Council, and I want to thank our colleagues from the Virginia Pace Authority for your availability tonight. We'll have this discussion later on in our agenda tonight, but we wanted the council to be aware of our colleagues with the authority. And if there are any questions that come out of that discussion, we'll follow up with the state authority staff to get answers to them. All right. Thank you, Kurt. So next up, we'll have Caitlin Sopsey, who will give City Council a update on the progress we're making on capital improvements progress. She'll be joined by our Public Works Director, Amanda Brain. And after that, Amanda will give us an update on the Bike Master Plan implementation and the sidewalks missing links. And then after that, Andy Young will provide the council with an overview and some of the highlights of progress we're making on council strategic priorities. So we'll turn it over to Ms. Sopsey first for the CIP update.
Hi, good evening, council. I'm Caitlin Sopsey, CIP coordinator, and I am here tonight with the CIP quarterly update, which is a briefing on all active ongoing capital improvements projects. It'll be a brief briefing. As of this update, since we were last here in August, we have 34 total active projects, which is down from 37 last quarter. 4 projects total in project development, down from 7 last quarter. 3 of those have been moved to the active projects list. And then we have 4 pending and future grant applications. In the staff report and attached, there's the CIP, the quarterly summary. Overall, as of this report, we have 16 projects that are on target, which is down 7% since last quarter, and 9 projects at risk or yellow. I didn't review the colors, but the green projects are on target, yellow are at risk, and red are behind target. In this report, we have 16 green, 9 at risk or yellow, and 9 red or behind target, which is down from last quarter. In the last quarter, we completed an additional 5 projects that were completed or substantially completed. Those include in facilities and schools, the Aurora House project, the Cherry Hill Farmhouse Foundation, and the baseball field improvements at Meridian. For stormwater, the Upper Lincoln Avenue stormwater project was substantially completed in September, but there's some paving work to close out the project that's scheduled for December 5th. And then the Hillwood Avenue sidewalks project and transportation was just completed last month in October. As of this report, and we talked about this a little bit last quarter, as of this report, the status or the color indicator for completed projects is no longer going to be automatically set to green upon completion. So you'll see in the staff report under our quarterly trend analysis, starting this quarter, you will see sort of a dip in our on-target green. That's because our final status is now more accurately reflects the overall performance relative to budget and schedule accuracy throughout the life of the project, rather than automatically being changed to green upon completion. So that might alter our trend analysis a little bit. And that's all I really have for my briefing. So we're available for questions if you have any.
Thank you. Do we have questions for Ms. Sopsey on the CIP update? I'm going to start there with Ms. Downs.
Okay. Thank you so much, Ms. Sopsey. And I appreciate the trend analysis. I think that makes more sense to have it finish, what color. I think that makes it, a year or two from now, we can see better trends and see how we were doing. But thank you for this great presentation, this great work. So I have a few questions, combination maybe for you and maybe for Mr. Shields. For the fire hydrants, this might be Mr. Shields' question. If the flow testing doesn't, if we have issues with the flow testing, how do we address that?
So since the council discussed this several times, maybe a month ago, we've had a follow-up meeting with Fairfax Water to continue our ongoing work just to confirm that we have adequate water flow in our fire suppression system across the city. Kind of one key thing to report out is in our main commercial corridors, Fairfax Water has confirmed that their flow tests do indicate that they have the modeled water flow or sufficient water flow. And then the developers then have their responsibility inside the building to make sure they have all the equipment they need for fire suppression in the buildings. In residential areas, we're getting a map from Fairfax Water that will show some of the areas that they're concerned about in terms of, because we have some older water mains, that the fire flow is not up to the standards that are needed. And then a 5-year plan or through the CIP where they'll be replacing those mains.
Okay.
In the meantime, we do plan to continue with the hydrant installation based on the standards that we've laid out that the council's already seen. And we're prioritizing the hydrants based on the biggest gaps between hydrants. And that's the short answer. And I probably should have just answered it the short way.
No, that's great. And, who knows, maybe it's good to replace some of those water mains anyway, in terms of water mains rupturing and things at the older ones. So, maybe it's good anyway to replace
for
some
sure.
of those. Yeah.
Any of those ones they'll be replacing, they're older than 50 years.
Right.
They've delivered their lifespan, and now it's appropriate for them to be replaced.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Before you go off that
Yeah,
one, could you
yeah,
just
please.
review the timeline of, roughly the timeline of when the balance of the flow testing happens and,
So
when
we
the
have a
hydrants will be
schedule from Fairfax Water. I'll share that with the city council.
Great, thank you. Thanks for letting me add on to that, Laura.
Can I add on to that one too? So can I just ask that, this is maybe a more granular question, but so for areas of the city that don't potentially have adequate flow, is that information that, the city has, Fairfax Water has, and is that then shared with Arlington and Fairfax Fire Department so that they know whether they are responding to an area that potentially has inadequate flow and additional measures that they're going to need to take in terms of the sorts of trucks and everything else that they have there to properly, respond?
Yeah, that's the purpose of the map, to help with that exact issue. To my knowledge, neither Arlington County Fire nor Fairfax County Fire have expressed concern at any time when they've been responding on an emergency basis to any property in the city. So there's a discrepancy between the modeled flow and the actual flow, which is important, and it will be addressed. And we're not getting real strong expressions of, we're not getting any expressions of concern from the firefighters themselves that I'm aware of.
It looks like we have more hydrant questions.
Yeah, lots of hydrant questions. On that topic, is the schedule that you have somewhat reliable such that it can be shared with residents to set expectations appropriately?
Yeah, so when we get that, it'll be a public document, and we'll share it.
Okay, I guess I wouldn't necessarily want to broadcast it widely if it's subject to change dramatically and then people get upset because they were expecting one thing and then it didn't happen.
Any more hydrant questions? Mr. Snyder.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and I appreciate the City Council raising questions about this. I think the implication here is that this is not something that can be, what should I say, planned and out over multi-years. This is something of immediate life and safety. And if it's a matter of money, approach the City Council and we'll see what we can do about it. But I'm not really satisfied with the response that I've heard so far. I want to make sure that the questions asked by City Council are responded to, and I'm sure you will. But for me, anything other than we're going to fix this tomorrow is inadequate. So I just want to put the record down that when you're talking about the ability of the water system to support firefighting efforts, and if it fails or might fail in any part of the city, we have failed. So I just want to put that marker down, and I will be a consistent advocate for more, faster addressing this issue.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shields. So just a couple more things. Fellows Park, have we communicated with the neighbors on Fellows Court about the design of that, where we're headed? Like, I know we had some feedback from people on Lincoln, that said, oh, we didn't see anything until we were at the 60%, and it was too late. And so I just wanted to make sure that there was not that that's not your thing, Ms. Osby, but someone has communicated to just Fellows Park Court, that street right there, what we're thinking. I don't know if we've done any of that outreach.
Yeah, I don't think that has happened yet.
There has been outreach on the Fellows property with the community and the neighborhood. I believe at 30% design.
Okay.
We're not at 60% design until December, but I can get with the project management team and get back to you.
Okay, that would be great. And just a couple more things. I was, of course, very excited about the concessions and the restrooms at the high school, at the secondary campus. And just to throw that out there, it says completion in summer, but just to remind everyone, school really starts nowadays in mid-August, and so sports are starting mid-August. So, if we can just make sure that it's, we can hopefully have it ready by, early August at the latest, because we will have visitors on campus for sporting events in August. So just when it says summer, that makes me a little nervous. And then my last question is, in terms, I was noticing about the grants, and there was a grant pending for the flow equalization basin, but that would be moot, right? If we go with the increased, what's the word I'm looking for? Increased pipe size, yes, for lack of a better. I wasn't sure where we stood with that.
That's one of our federal community project funds requests by a Congressman Beyer, and it's, of course, pending a federal budget. But one of our thoughts would be that it's broadly written that there might be an opportunity, instead of the flow equalization budget, to still have that $3 million to help offset the cost.
Okay, so we could use it for the other project.
We're still pursuing the grant.
Okay, that would be great if we could.
Very much pending, and we'll see.
Okay. That'd be great. So hopefully there'd be maybe some flexibility. We could use it for the other project. That's it for me. Thank you.
Ms. Flynn?
I had two questions on the table. The first was maybe just an overall request for an update, probably from Ms. Mester, on where things stand with Dominion Energy. Because I know oftentimes in sort of the CIP chart, we've run into issues with really Dominion Energy side of things, whether it's the LED, replacements or other areas of the CIP chart. And so I was just wondering how, given one of our last work session discussions, those discussions with Dominion Energy was going in terms of, their delivery, whether it's outdated poles or, updates to the street lights.
There's a couple avenues happening on that front. One on the poles. A lot of the pole issues are actually Cox and Verizon, and we need to get them over to the new poles, and then Dominion can take out the old poles. So we're collecting a very large list and photos, and been working with our vendors to work on that. Verizon both have been very responsive. The initial piece was Virginia Village, because it was really easy for me to give them the address and the location. Now we've been uploading photos to them. We also have our right-of-way manager able to now view the online system that the electric and communication vendors use to track the pole movement and close out. So we can have eyes on it now. So that's sort of the residential, commercial, existing streets. On the CIP process, there's a couple things that have happened. I think we have new processes in place that will help prevent the old issues that have delayed us. We had a very robust conversation several times with Dominion at Virginia Municipal League Conference, and I've had weekly calls with them since. And then Amanda and I are working on a prioritization list of all our projects now and going forward, so we can make sure we're clear to them what order we need them to work. And what I've been hearing so far, like on Park Avenue, that's been very positive going forward. WNOD. Crossing lights is still a work in progress, but they're working it with us. And I think we've reached 50% of the lights now been improved, and we're working with the project manager on the city side in Dominion to finish it. So several angles, I would say, for a very important stakeholder to our projects.
So Dominion was also on my list, if I could just jump in. So the Park Avenue lights in particular, the Spectrum had reached out, HOA board reached out about the lights that have been chopped down on the back of Park Avenue. Is that on our plate to fix, or Dominion, or insurance, or?
That's on our plate to fix, and I can defer back over to Dominion. Those are, to Amanda, those are city-owned lights. And the biggest issue is the design and placement of them, because all the box trucks keep knocking them out. And so while we could file insurance, we actually need to look at the root cause and decide whether to redesign it or what to proceed. So I believe Herb and Ops, last I heard, were investigating options.
And is there an ETA on that? Is it a CIP does it rise to a CIP project, given that it's now 4 of them that all have been chopped down and we just put orange cones on top of where the lights used to be?
Yeah, I'm not sure. We can get back to you and think
Okay.
about that in our CIP formulation and with our teams.
Okay. And then also, I guess you mentioned the W&D crossings. Is that on Dominion's plate then, to get lighting up at the crossings? Because the project is now, I guess, completed, so it's not being tracked, but it's still something that's top of mind for us.
Yeah, that one, the week of October 29th, Ryan, our project manager from the city, met on field with Dominion and the city's light consultant to work to finalize the final approval of the location of 7 out of the 15 lights. 8 have been approved, so now the project manager's working with Dominion to schedule it. So Dominion has to do the work because it's their lights, and
okay,
we're getting there. But I haven't heard from that meeting what the schedule is, because we're waiting to hear back from Dominion. But that's one that our government relations my contact at Dominion is tracking closely.
Okay. I guess it might have gotten moved off the list because it was considered done. It's not really done, I guess, since we don't have lighting up per the site plan. But I guess it would be nice to just have that track somewhere.
We had kept it on the summary for a couple quarters. We did remove it because the lights weren't part of that original scope. There was an electrical issue with the existing lights, I think, that they had to replace. And so I did move it to the completed list because the original, the actual CIP project scope was completed. But yeah, we can include that as an update in a future.
Thank you.
Briefing, yeah.
Ms. Lynn, please continue.
I just had one other, and it was a question about the green vehicle fleet and charging station. So the notes, have the 9-month lead time for the delivery, and then it says purchase and installation of the charging stations to follow. And I guess I'm just wondering, why would the charging stations not necessarily be installed by the time the vehicles arrive?
Yeah, I'll just say we're working on all those fronts. So we have placed the order for the vehicles, so there's a lead time for those, and our staff is also continuing to do some research with the different vendors and placement for the EV charging station. So ideally, they will arrive close to the same time, so we're tracking both purchases.
Great, yeah, and I raise it, also because we've received comments about, how the green vehicle infrastructure, could be better, and so it seems like even if we can be getting charging stations installed in the meantime, it would be beneficial as a general matter. So, thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you. I have a couple of questions that somewhat all tie back to federal dollars and federal grants. The Aurora House solar panels, I see the decision to be made in March. We had allocated funds in last fiscal year to spend on those solar panels. I know we had to go look at the roof structure, but does the change in tax credits change the price of, if we don't decide by December 31st this year, is that going to change the pricing structure and make it X times more expensive in March? Do you know?
I might defer to someone else on the tax credits, but we are looking to make a decision soon. I don't know if that's, the decision won't be made in March. It'll be made in the matter of weeks, probably. We're looking at both the structural studies that have been done on the roof and the solar panel studies, and looking at the costs available. And so looking to make that decision on moving forward very soon. I don't know if Cindy or Caitlin has information on the grant question.
Yeah, I'm trying to, I don't remember the exact nature of the tax credits on that project. I think they're already ineligible. I don't think that it was the same December. Andy probably knows.
So I think Lionel was looking at the like there are different rules for the tax credit for residential versus commercial properties. And I think he was working with folks and validated that ours are qualify as commercial, even the Aurora House. And so we have a little more time. I think it's until next summer to have them installed as opposed to the end of this year.
Great, thank you. Just want to make sure that we keep that on as one of our, lower hanging fruit projects for our CPEDs. I mean, CEAP. And then similarly on grants on the nutrient credits, so there's the nutrient credit for fiscal year 25, which you have in here. And then we had talked about, I think it's like a $740,000 grant request for nutrient credits for fiscal year 26. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is any of that impacted by?
640, but that's through that's through this SLAF program through the state, the Stormwater Local Assistance Fund, so no federal impacts.
Yeah, I didn't know if the SLAF was funded originally from federal, so, to have the trickle down, or we're confident
I haven't
that
heard
SLAF.
of any impacts yet.
Okay.
We just submitted that application in September, so.
Great. Those are all the same questions and the ones that I had. Thanks.
This way. Go ahead, Ms. Connolly.
This is one that I don't know if it's on here. Ties into last week's conversation about Vision Zero and Safe Streets. We talked about connecting the WNOD to sidewalk right there on Great Falls. Extending the bike path.
Yes. Sorry, I was trying to think from the trail.
From the trail
to the bike path on Great Falls. Right. That is not on the CIP list. That does dovetail a little bit. I'm thinking with one of our later conversations about missing links in the bike master plan.
Right.
So I might get to that a little bit more when we get to.
Okay, so that eventually will show up here. Right now it's still in the missing links, or it's just going to happen and it doesn't have to go through CIP.
The current thinking, if anyone else can correct me, is that portion, we're looking at doing a segment of bike lane from Dorchester Road to the WOD Trail, kind of across Lincoln Avenue as part of the Lincoln Avenue kind of Safe Streets Quick Build project. And I may need to follow up more with folks separately about whether that's a sidewalk, how that fits in. But we are looking at extending the bike lane in that portion.
Okay. But no need to talk about that one now. And then my other thought is just as I'm looking at your red, yellow, green, I feel kind of bad for these projects that are behind target and then they're always behind target. Do you ever kind of reassess and say, well, it was behind target, but then we changed the target and now it's back on target? Now,
Reds are typically like 10 to 12 months at least behind the original target schedule. So I feel like it's fair that those are red.
Because eventually they're going to get done.
I think yellow is like when we get behind target and then we can still turn around and meet another milestone to get the whole schedule back on track. Like, I think that's fair. But like the actual completion date, if it's like over a year behind target, I
think that's why we asked to change it so that you could track the reasons why we weren't making
right.
So over time, it wasn't, because if they're eventually all done, they're all just green, it doesn't provide enough information.
And internally, we track those original, planned
original
completion dates for construction, for finishing construction. And if those are behind by 12 months.
Okay.
They say red.
But it's good to see.
I agree with you. We can still celebrate the success of completing those projects.
Like a slash of green in there. So I don't know. It's nice to see some of those red ones having complete next to them as well.
Yes.
Aaron just pointed out they say complete in green, so you get your green
there you go.
On the complete.
I guess the PM in me wants to know, is it budget, timelines, or scope that's at risk, or all three?
Usually I put in the notes. If it's yellow and it's at risk, I'll usually mention in the notes if there is a funding shortfall. If it's not mentioned in the notes, then it's a schedule delay. And we usually try our best to include in the notes like what the delay is, like what is at risk and why. So.
Ms. Underhill?
Just two things as well. I got a note on the Hillwood sidewalk project that the sidewalks had been implemented, but the ramps were not ADA compliant, and so then they had to be redone to be ADA compliant. I was wondering if that was a contractor issue or if that was something on the city side.
I'm sorry, at Hillwood?
Yeah, Hillwood. There were 4. Sure.
Yeah, so hi. So for Hillwood, you're talking about the sidewalk project that we're working on. Is that the question?
Yeah.
So the Hillwood sidewalk project has been completed. So since October, it's 99% complete. We are right now at the punch list with the contractor. It's basically the largest project that we've completed in sidewalk, I don't know, in the last couple of years. And I do have a couple of numbers and pictures in the presentation that I'm going to share with all of you. So
Okay, so we can bring this up later.
She was asking about the ADA compliant ramps that I think had to be redone because of a contractor issue, but they did come and correct that.
I was just wondering if that was the contractor issue or if that was a city issue. So it sounds like it was contractor.
that was the contractor issue, and the contractor fixed it.
Okay, great.
It's ADA compliant now.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. And I'll bring up the rest of my questions about Hillwood when we get to Hillwood. And then my other question, could you just walk me through for the key transportation projects that are pending or upcoming grant applications? What's the process for those? So it's Annandale Road, multimodal improvements, and Haycock shared use path. That goes through the grant process, and then we come out with what % designs, and then what sort of, I don't know if you can give sort of an overarching timeline for what those projects might look like and when we would see different percentages of designs.
Those project applications were submitted for MVTA 70% in August. I don't believe that MVTA awards will be revealed until probably at least spring, April, May. I don't know off the top of my head the exact date of that, but it'll be in next year. And then if we are awarded the grant funds, we'll execute agreements and we'll start out at 0% design. I don't remember. I can get back to you and share the schedules, like the preliminary schedules that we submitted with the grant applications, but they're significantly in the out years. I mean, the funding was for fiscal year 31 and 32, I believe. It's not available until then.
Right.
So we would not be starting design until then.
Gotcha. For the route to the schools, are we applying for grant funding for that?
We did apply for grant funding for the study. The study was completed and reviewed by staff, and it had some recommendations, and I think we do intend to apply for grant funds for the recommended sidewalk segment. No.
Sorry, which project?
For the bike route to the secondary campus.
Connection.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about sidewalks.
Oh, sorry.
W and OD head bike
Connection to the, yes, yeah.
That one's funded.
That's locally funded.
That's locally funded.
Ms.
right
Underhill
now.
means
We're
the
talking about that
east-west.
and the bike master plan update.
Or the east-west connection?
He means the east-west connection,
Yes,
not
the east-west.
not the Shreve connection from the WNOD.
Right. East-west connection is locally funded.
100%.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Both priority bike routes are locally funded in the CIP. I'm sorry. I thought we were talking about the the school sidewalks. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was all. I guess, but maybe I can follow up and maybe it just didn't make sense. I guess NVTC had contacted me that they were interested or open to funding, or when I'd been in touch with them, funding the secondary route to school, but it sounds like we didn't need to apply for their funds. But I guess that's a conversation. I'm guessing
There was free money. I guess we should pursue it.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it's locally funded right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And there's no funding shortfall that I'm aware of. I didn't know there was an MVTC.
Well, and that's where I guess Dave maybe can jump in here. Has NVTC already gone through its fall grant funding process?
It depends on which program you're talking about.
The commuter,
If you're talking about commuter choice,
Yeah.
I think they've been opened up for project applications. And Cindy, you can double check on that, but I know she is active there and or positioned to, provided that we comply with the requirements, are in a pretty good position to get the maximum return from that. Cindy or Amanda, do you have a comment? Cindy?
Yeah, I guess to that point, anyway, I know that specifically anything that gets people to the metro or near the metro is eligible, and so this would be one of the things that would be most likely to be eligible.
The difficulty or the challenge with commuter choice funds is you have to make a convincing case that you're benefiting the commuters on 66. It's a matter of law, judicial opinion. So it's always a challenge, but I think NVTC would be a good place and is a good place to push that. Cindy, do you have some comment?
I was just going to say, your point that you just brought up, the inside and outside beltway have different requirements for the nexus to the funding source for the tolls. And Carrie does track that closely, so we can follow up on specific projects and timing, because we got to marry the money for the project, to the CIP and the workload, and that process is starting again. But MVTC has been reaching out and being proactive, wanting to work with the city again, so I've heard the same message. And then MVTA does have some excess money in their pot because they have great interest earnings, similar to our conversations here. So we certainly like to take advantage of it, but it has to work in the whole life cycle of our CIP.
As long as we're looking into it, that's all I care about. Thank you.
Yep.
Mr. Steiner, do you have
Thanks.
questions?
Yeah, a couple comments. As I'm looking at the colors, I see that there's red for projects that are complete in a number of cases, and it seems to me that you look at a lot of red and it looks like not that much is being done. Kind of the initial reaction, there's so much red. Red is generally regarded as bad, stop, whatever. It just seemed to me that we're being unnecessarily sort of generous with the red color, if you will, just as a matter of communications to the public. I mean, I see in several cases where complete projects have a red thing, and it seems to me if a project is complete, that ought to be green. So that would be my first comment. My second comment, again, is positive. I want to focus on the bus shelters for a minute and underscore the importance of that program. All too often across this region, a bus stop is literally a sign poked into the ground. To say the least, that is an unacceptable second-class citizen approach to bus ridership. And we have made a conscious effort over the years, and staff has been very actively involved in this, and we've gotten money, grant money to do this, and we're continuing to work on it. I just want to point that project out, because not only are these shelters useful for bus riders for obvious comfort, and goes beyond comfort and convenience, frankly, but there's also public art, and there's also making a statement that we value transit and we value the riders on transit. And those riders may be employees in our restaurants or whatever, but it's not only in reality, but in symbolism important that we continue to maintain that program. And I know we've got another one going in, and then we're working on right-of-way around Virginia. Did I read that right? How is that going?
Broad in Virginia. Still in progress with legal, as far as I know.
Yeah, it's the right-of-way on Virginia and Broad, is it?
Yes.
I think I saw a note there. Bus shelters.
But the one at Washington and Columbia.
Right away behind Target for Broad and Virginia location. Do you have a sense about when we may be moving forward on that? Or it's just, and I know right of way negotiations can be difficult and complex, et cetera.
Yeah, I don't have a sense. I can get you a more specific answer.
I appreciate it, but I want to point out this citywide commitment to to bus shelters as an element of our commitment to mass transit and our commitment to folks, to all folks who use bus as a way to get to and from work or home. So thanks, big thanks to staff that have worked consistently on this project over the years. Those are the comments that I had.
Great. We're looking forward to adding some bus shelters on South Washington as part of the South Washington bus stop project as well. And I do appreciate the comments. I know the red can look kind of scary. I do want to highlight, and I mentioned this in the staff report, that in calendar year 2025, we reported for our 2020 year in review as one of our accomplishments. Staff reported a total of 18 completed CIP projects, which I think in my experience and memory might be a record in one calendar year. So I do think we're making like really, really positive forward progress on project delivery. I think that the reds are just trying to be more realistic and accurate about how we share data. But thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll wrap up. So clearly, I'm not the only one enthusiastic about CIP quarterly updates, given that everyone had comments and questions. And so thank you again for this, because I do think it's a really tangible way for the community to see where their tax dollars are going. So thank you for the work on this. And I think it's also really comprehensive. So you can see that the CIP spans transportation, stormwater, parks. And so we've got a lot of work going out. And so I know that DPW is at the helm of all that. So thank you for all the good work, Ms. Brandon and your team. I just had one question, given that some were already answered, signal timing. So I think I had asked about this earlier in the fall, and we're in the process of finishing up all the upgrades. I will say that is actually one of the top comments I get these days is actually, when are we going to address the timing along Broad Street? I think the update I got earlier in the fall was that November we should be wrapping up all the box upgrades and then be able to actually look at the data and start working on timing. Is that still on track, and is that, or do we have more information?
I would say that is all through the Smart Cities VTTI program that our staff is working very closely with the VTTI team. I don't know if we have more of an update. Do you want to jump? Do you have anything you want to share?
Hello again.
Hi.
So yeah, Amanda, as Amanda said, we have a grant program from the VTTI, the Smart Cities. They're in the process of installing the cabinets for the Smart Cities technology. We do not have an estimated timeline when the entire project is going to be completed, but we are making steady steps towards completing. We're in the process of reviewing some of the designs for the cabinets that are going to be placed at these signals. So yeah, I don't have any other update than that.
Okay. When do we think the timing work is going to happen? So I know that obviously it's dependent on some of the cabinets, but in the places that have some cabinets, can those signals be timed better? Or does it require the whole system to be timed at the same time?
So from my understanding, Broad Street already has some of the timings set. And from what we've experienced from the VTTI, I think we had like maybe 10 or 15% reduction in travel time through that Broad Street corridor during the peak hours. So I can definitely follow up with the VTTI representative and ask him, to provide more information, and then we can follow up.
Yeah, there are a couple hot spots. I think Broad and Washington and Park Place are ones where I've heard that the timing doesn't work out, where cars then end up getting backed up on East Broad all the way down to Cherry because of the timing issue at Broad and Washington and up to Park Place.
Yeah, we have a VTTI representative, and also we're working on some of the consultants to actually retime that whole stretch, the 2 or 3 intersections that are there. It's pretty complicated. They're working on it right now. But I can follow up with them and then give you an update.
Okay. I know we're just very excited about the possibility of having better timing instead of the manual work that I think is involved today. So thank you for that.
Sure. Yep.
Okay. I think that is it on the CIP snapshot. Okay, so let's move on to Bike Master Plan. Thank you, Ms. Opsey.
Sure. Thank you. All right, let me go ahead. Okay, if you can, give the staff report up. Thank you. So I'll just give kind of a brief update here. So the Bicycle Master Plan, as you all know, was unanimously approved January 27th of this year by City Council. So now we're really focused on implementation in a few ways. So there's staff in planning who really spearheaded the plan itself. Carrie Odinino is on the line, our principal planner. Also our transportation engineering staff, some of whom you've already heard from and we'll hear from later tonight, transportation operations staff, the CIP transportation staff. We're kind of implementing it in a couple different ways. And I can, scroll through. So the master plan identified, these 3 priority bicycle routes in Appendix B. So the first, the east-west pedestrian and bicycle connection between the W&OD Trail and the secondary school campus. There are CIP local funds for design right now in FY26 and for construction in FY27. We've hired a engineering design consultant, Rinker Design Associates, RDA, which does a number of projects for us. So they will be doing the design phase. And as of the first part of that, they're going to be conducting the kind of field surveys of the topographic features and drainage patterns and right-of-way and, on the ground conditions. And so they have been communicating with property owners adjacent to the proposed route on that work. So this route is building off of the work that happened in the master planning process and now taking it to the next stage of the actual design that would then be constructed. We all know that there are a couple of properties, the Falls Plaza condominiums and the Gates at West Falls properties that are really crucial to the route here. We've had some, kind of check-in conversations with representatives from those properties, and we'll continue to keep them at the forefront, likely sharing a preliminary design in early 2026. So we are actively working on that piece. The next 2, Northwest Street and Southwest Street, are currently in the FY 2029 CIP, and that will be part of our upcoming FY 27 to 32 CIP conversations, those larger projects. We're also kind of opportunistically implementing key bike connections through our annual paving program, neighborhood traffic calming, safe streets, Vision Zero work. So we're really excited about that and really appreciated that we've gotten some good feedback from some of the public comments and feedback that you heard that we're trying to look for these opportunities. The South Roosevelt Street piece that was done from Broad Street to the Fairfax line, the bike lanes on West Annandale Road, that part of Annandale Gundry project. So the paving was finished last week. Striping is not in yet. It'll be another week or so, but there will be bike lanes there, again, consistent with the master plan. And then, as I started to mention, as part of the Greening of Lincoln project, this kind of safe streets project that we're looking to implement, one aspect of that we're beginning to have some design conversations about is to look at that portion of the bike master plan from Dorchester Road across Lincoln to the W&OD Trail, installing bike lanes there. So that is kind of our approach, is the larger capital projects and then these other pieces as we can do them. And then there's a couple other notes that planning added: the City Hall bike shelter that was installed, new bike rack near Mr. Brown's Park, bike share phase 2 expected next year. So that is our high-level update. We can take any questions for me or the team. Thank you.
Okay, Bike Master Plan. We'll start again down there. Ms. Downs.
Thank you so much, Ms. Brain. Just one question. You were mentioning the Rinker Design Associates, looking at the staff report that they sent letters to property owners requesting permission to conduct the surveys. Do we have any idea of any feedback from those property owners?
I will say that the word survey, I think, has been used confusingly. It's really just a couple times. It's to do like physical survey of like drainage and right of way. They're not asking like residents' preferences. Like it's not a preference survey. So they're just asking to make sure that they can access and walk around on their property and conduct.
But still, we haven't heard anyone, upset about this or.
We've been in touch with some of the condominium folks and making sure that we're getting to the right residents. I think there might have been some confusion that some letters might have gone to the right folks, but we're working closely with those buildings.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Flynn.
Thank you for this, and it's good to see the Bike Falls Church community here to support these continued improvements, and thank you all for your advocacy and trying to accelerate, these additions to infrastructure throughout the city. I just had 2 questions. So I think when we've talked about east-west pedestrian and bicycle connection before, I've asked that we sort of think about it, not bifurcated, but like that there is a segment A and a segment B, and that, one segment may be potentially easier to implement than another because it may, depend on sort of the condominium owners and continued conversations and working through, whatever concerns and issues that arise, but that shouldn't slow down like segment A from where the park is until, you reach that piece that you need to then do the cut through on. So I would just again reiterate that request that those conversations don't like slow down the first piece of that east-west connection. And then the second request that I would have is that as you do look at the Lincoln intersection, I think when we did the bike master plan, we did have some comments from people on Great Falls, both sides of sort of wanting to see bike lanes or not necessarily wanting to see bike lanes. And so, as we started the conversation with some comments about public trust and transparency, just want to ensure that the city is communicating as it thinks about those plans or what, may work there so that, people feel as though they're in the loop and had insight into what was going on, that they didn't think something was coming after, northwest, southwest, east-west in like 2030 when it's getting implemented as part of Lincoln, potentially sooner than that. That's all. Thank you.
Comments on bike master plan? Ms. Underhill?
Just a brief comment. It's great to see these projects coming forward and at the pace that they're coming forward because these are happening a lot faster. I went to visit the Roosevelt one this past weekend for the first time, and it was really nice to see. And that's sort of what we want to get out of this complete streets project. As we redo a road, let's look at the entire road and see where we can add in more biking facilities, better walking facilities, whatever else, more safety. The only thing that I would keep encouraging us to do as I was looking through this document is keep thinking creatively and outside the box for solutions and not just going with the, this is the standard thing. I would love to see us go even beyond what DC and what Arlington and Alexandria have done. My vision for the future would be people come to Falls Church to say, wow, look at what they did. And let's use this as a case study for what can be possible elsewhere. We are small, but we can be nimble and flexible. And so I almost want to use our superpowers to be able to create something that people from elsewhere in Virginia, but maybe elsewhere in the country, come to visit to see what we've done.
Any other comments on bike? Thank you for this. I had a similar comment as Justine on, I really like that besides the big projects we have that we're being opportunistic. And so I did run through the South Roosevelt and that was exciting to see. And also glad to hear that we'll look for an opportunity at Annandale and Gundry as well. I think that really reflects that kind of complete streets resolution that we're going to adopt shortly, hopefully. I do have a tactical request. I was looking for a bike rack at the State Theater or nearby, and I couldn't find one. I don't know whether we have gone through and audited kind of where the available bike racks are, but that seemed like a hot spot. That seemed like I chained my bike up at Clarendon's. So that was the closest one that was there.
That's helpful. I will say, Carrie, in planning it, we were just talking last week about where there could be additional bike racks and additional funding and see if we can have some low-hanging fruit there. So I think Carrie has a list maybe that was identified through the master plan, and we're going to look to install a few more bike racks.
Especially since we've kind of blossomed with in terms of new businesses around the city. The spots that we thought, 3 years ago, we probably have new businesses and new opportunities for people to get there on bike or on foot. And so it'd be great to look at that. Other than that would be great. Thank you for the update on that. I think moving on to sidewalks, the other mode.
I will just do an introduction. So the next update, sorry, the clerk's office, do you all have the PowerPoint in the folder? Thank you. So this is an update on the Sidewalks Missing Links program. So I'm going to turn over to Urosh Stevanovic, our senior transportation engineer. We also have Faran Joe, another transportation engineer, and I will be here too. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. We
don't have the slides, or we do? Okay, I think we do. Don't think so. The P drive. I think we can just speak to it if not.
We didn't get slides on with our posting.
It's just loading up. It's a little slow. Sorry, guys. Not letting us load it. Special. Andy's in it.
Celeste, while we're waiting for that, is there any way to turn up the microphone on the far podium, or the podium to my right? It seems much quieter than the one in this. It's harder to hear.
Yeah, let's get this loaded and then we'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So do I click on the next slide, or do you? Okay. Yeah, that's fine. So, good evening, members of the council. My name is Uroš Jovanović. I'm a senior transportation engineer with the Department of Public Works, and I have Ferran Joe with me here. He's a transportation engineer as well. So we are going to talk about the Missing Links program with the DPW. This is the content of the presentation. First, we're going to start off with the program summary and funding, followed by the updated prioritization process. And then we're going to list some projects that are recommended for construction and the recently completed project. Next slide, please. So the city's Missing Links program is designed to address sidewalk improvements by constructing the new sidewalk in locations where gaps within the city infrastructure have been identified. The process of adding new sidewalk is supported by community engagement efforts to inform and gather feedback from property owners along and near new sidewalks. So the program delivers on the council's 2024 and 2025 strategic priorities, transportation strategy number 2, which is to prioritize safety for pedestrians and cyclists and incorporate the principles of complete streets, and Vision Zero in city transportation improvement projects. And the strategy number 3, which is to respond to traffic safety concerns by community members in an effective and timely manner. Next slide, please. So the program currently utilizes local transportation funds, and the available balance for the Missing Links program in fiscal year 26 is roughly $569,000. So this is a mistake. I apologize for that. So the correct figure is in your memo that is in front of you. The cost of completed projects and previous estimates have ranged from roughly $215 to $1,000 per linear foot. These projects have minimal complexities and do not include the cost of the right-of-way easement or acquisition. With an average cost per linear foot of $400, the Missing Links budget allows for the install roughly 375 to 420 linear feet of sidewalk per year in fiscal year 26 to 30. Next slide, please.
So I think one of the things we wanted to update council on tonight is our approach to how we're sort of selecting projects with the Missing Link program. I think past versions of the memo have sort of garnered some questions about why this section or that section, and sort of there's been difficulties in sort of advancing these projects. So I think what we wanted to do is come up with something that we can implement and ultimately get sidewalk in the ground. And that's what I'll go over today. If you go to the next slide, please. So this may be difficult to see, but what we sort of developed was a map of sort of the sidewalk network in the city, with those sort of bold sections being what we've identified as sort of missing links or gaps in our sidewalk network. So where sidewalk ends abruptly or there's no sidewalk at all. And what we tried to do is think about how these sidewalks connect to other sort of pedestrian generators in the city, in between sort of our higher functional classification of roads, sorry. And so the other sections you see there, I think it's green, are locations that already have sidewalk on at least one side of the street and connect sort of end to end. So yeah, you can go through it. So basically, with the focus sort of on connectivity, with this being the Missing Links program, making sure our sidewalks connect, and also thinking about how we can use the Missing Link program to sort of inform the CIP program in the future for sort of sidewalks that we really can't fund or build with resources through Missing Links. So that the tier 1 projects sort of listed there are projects that sort of connect between higher traffic arterials, busier streets, or sort of closer to commercial areas in the city. The second tier segment of projects sort of are lower order, so connecting between those primary connections. And then on the next slide, you'll see a third tier, which is sort of connecting out of sort of more residential areas to those other two sections. So with that, we've sort of tried to come up with some sections that we want to commit to building in next year, next spring. So we have 3 sections we pulled out. The first one is along Great Falls, sort of from Washington Street, connecting to a mid-block crossing between Maple and Washington Street. So trying to mitigate the existing sidewalk there is in poor condition and on one side of the street, and then the other side has sort of some ADA compliance issues with brick and steep grades. So providing connection there from Washington Street, so obviously a busy corridor. The next 2 streets are residential streets off of Randolph Street. One of them, Lynn Place, is sort of the connecting street to Roberts Park. So you want to provide some accessibility there. And Madison Lane is another street which the sidewalk ends abruptly. So what we'd like to do with these sort of shortest segments that we're confident we can get built is to get those in the ground and then ultimately sort of in a future CIP project have sidewalk come through on Randolph Street, and then we have sort of a fully connected network in that part of the city. I think we have some sort of sketches of what that looks like on the next couple slides. So that's Great Falls there, sort of coming off of Washington Street, going north is to the left. We're sort of proposing a bump out there, which might also have some traffic calming benefits. You could go to the next slide. Here's what Madison Lane would look like. We're sort of trying to be mindful of parking impacts and right-of-way constraints sort of as we are developing these concept plans, which we'd ultimately would sort of finalize what that looks like depending. And then the last one, if you click one more time, is Lynn Place, sort of Roberts Park being on the end of that page, connecting up to Randolph Street. And obviously, as I mentioned, sort of a big sort of concern we have to be mindful of is staying within our right-of-way and parking impacts, because I think, as we're developing these plans, we don't necessarily know what the reaction is going to be. We like to sort of initially sort of propose what we want and then, finalize that as we sort of work with the residents and the community to see what makes the most sense. I think another sort of concern we are also thinking about is constructability. I think the last version of the Missing Link program had a lot of sections that were just too big for the program or had constructability issues, sort of utility poles that needed to be relocated, drainage concerns, right-of-way concerns to build the sidewalk along the whole corridor. So we're trying to sort of narrow the scope of missing links to projects that we can get in the ground. Yeah.
So Hillwood Avenue, this is the recently completed project, the sidewalk project from Brook Drive to Cleve Drive, and then from Shady Lane to South Street. The map actually shows the sidewalk, the new sidewalk that has been constructed. And also, if you go to the next slide, there are some numbers that I wanted to share with you. This is an exciting project for us. It has been completed in October 2025, and this project is completed because we have additional resources like Farhan and JP. JP is the project manager for this project, and he has been relentlessly going on field, pushing contractors to deliver, and he has also made himself available to the residents around the sidewalk. So he went out, talked to them, telephone them, any concerns that the residents might have, he would collect it and we would, bring it up with the contractor. So we have approximately 910 linear feet of sidewalk. This is huge for us. We're very excited, very happy that this project has been completed. We have 4 crosswalks and 10 curb ramps upgrades that have been upgraded to ADA and PROVAC standards. We have 2 pictures here that show the ADA ramps and also the sidewalk along the Hillwood Avenue. So very big, very big news for us. And we're very happy about this project. Definitely, yeah. So the future sidewalk projects throughout other programs that we have is Ready, Set, Go. This is a VDOT grant program designed to assist small localities in developing potential eligible TAP or Transportation Alternatives Program projects. So this program has provided high-level conceptual planning and alignment and other relevant conceptual details to the city for the following locations. So we have 4 locations: Irving Street, Kent Street, South Lee Street, and North Virginia Avenue. Recently was applied by planning. The sidewalk projects using the program are intended to be implemented as the future construction improvement projects, or CIP. And while we're talking about CIP, we have a Nolan Street between the Midvale Street intersection that is tentatively 2030. That's a long-term project for us. So next slide, please. Yeah, so any questions, feel free.
Thank you.
Yep.
I'm sure we have some questions and comments. I'll start this way again. Ms. Downs.
I get to keep starting. This is exciting. Mine's just not a question, but more thank you, first of all, for the presentation. It's terrific. And I love seeing, I have friends that live on North Virginia between Park and Great Falls, so I know they're going to be excited to see this. And I live by Noland and Midvale, or Noland and Columbia, so that's also, even though 2030 still, we'll take it. But my comment on the staff report under project selection, there's a sentence that talks about the goal currently is to construct sidewalks where either partial sidewalk exists but do not connect, or no sidewalks exist on the same streets near public areas such as parks, trails, schools, or commercial areas. I've said this before, I'd really like to add school bus stops to that because, one of the things, Nolan, for example, is there's a very large elementary bus stop on Nolan, and a lot of the kids can't get to it. There's no sidewalk there, so they walk down my street, Midvale, to get there. But anyway, I would like to add school bus stops to the end of that sentence, because I think that's really important. But that's it. Thank you very much.
Ms. Flynn.
Thank you both. I guess I always, look at the staff report and find it somewhat sobering. We always say, can we get more sidewalks done? And then you look at, the amount of funding and how really the expectation realistically on council is that we're only going to be able to get, 1 city block of sidewalks installed per year. And so it feels like we're saying we want a walkable city, we want a bikeable city, we're bringing more people into the city, and then it's hard to kind of feel like you're not fulfilling a promise or an expectation of people actually having safe streets to walk on and to get around, because, we can't actually get as much sidewalk as I think all of us would hope to have. So thank you, I guess, for reevaluating how to prioritize sort of what we can get done. I think it makes all of us more aware here going into another budget cycle of sort of like, can we potentially fund this more depending on, if we're hearing of shortcomings in terms of resident expectations, or that it does take like 7 years to get a sidewalk installed, in a place that we recognize is a place that, does have safety concerns and probably needs that sidewalk sooner than 2030. But, thank you for thinking more critically about sort of how to prioritize the projects. I think in one place it said that there were some high priority projects that were getting like sidewalks in on both sides of the street that may be ahead of places with no existing sidewalks. And so I guess as those come up, and I understand Great Falls because of the brick and, grade on that side of the street. But I think, the benefit of living in a smaller locality and working in a smaller locality is that hopefully, everyone can get into the field like more and actually assess firsthand kind of what the conditions are to say, does this make sense or does this not make sense, on paper or looking at a plan versus like walking the street and maybe seeing what the needs are for that particular neighborhood. So no real questions, more just my comments. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. And thanks so much for putting this. We've been talking about the seeing where streets fall into priorities and how much it costs. Like seeing this laid out in one staff report is just fantastic. I know it's a culmination of a lot of people's time and work and volunteers in the CACT and everybody kind of working together to get to this point. A couple of questions. When I look at the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 projects, in my mind, tier 1 means it's priority 1. Like just that label 1, 2, and 3. I understand we're going to tier 3 because there's a more constructible, or I'm assuming because they're more constructible, affordable, and things that we could actually complete, which is great. But then it leaves all these tier 1 and tier 2, and even in our projections for what's going to happen in 2030, doesn't include everything that's in tier 1 or tier 2. So I did the math. I can't remember my note. I did the math of how many years it would be until we addressed what's on this, and it basically gets you back to the same cycle of you're back to the beginning of where you need to then address sidewalks that are kind of falling apart. So I think, and I'm rolling off in a couple of weeks, but I think the real challenge for budget over this next year is to your point. If we're saying that our biggest priority is to be walkable, you can't do it right now without investing in this. So I would just continue to promote investing in sidewalks and streets in our budgets moving forward, or else, this will just be a continual conversation for decades of trying to get to these priorities. And it is sobering to think about how much it costs to do these things. But I really want to focus on how great this is to have it in one place and to have an understanding of a roadmap of going forward. And then, council can make some hard decisions about how to fund it. I guess one question on the funding side is, if we had more funding, if we had budgeted more for the next fiscal year, do we have the staff, the engineering, the planning, everybody who, could we do any more? Could we have any more throughput if we had more money, or is it limited by money and by staff and throughput ability?
So I think it's complicated. More money wouldn't hurt. We do have 2 resources, Farhan and JP. They're our on-site consultants that sit with us and provide that necessary resource. And I mean, this Hillwood project has been completed thanks to them. JP has been PM, Farhan has been doing the design. So, it's a great resource to have because we get to offer you a new sidewalk with such huge length. So I think more funds wouldn't hurt. It would help. But it's a complicated question, a complicated answer that spans across multiple departments. We will have to talk with ops and operations and everything. So I think, more funding would help, definitely. Amanda?
Just quickly, thank you guys. But there's kind of different levels of complexity here, right? There's like the ones that we were just saying that we can do a little bit more either in-house or with some sort of on-call, contractors and require, as Farhad was mentioning, no or less right-of-way acquisition and parking. And then the larger projects that are really thrown into the CIP bucket require a lot more engineering. And so that's where a few of those, that Ready, Set, Go grants, we were saying, so that grant came up with some conceptual plans and some cost estimates, but now those really become full design and construction projects. So I think some of that bucket will be discussed in the CIP conversation, again, that we're going to be having soon, is where do we want to think about more of these sidewalk projects in the next years of the CIP beyond just Nolan. So.
Great. Well, thank you very much, and I look forward to seeing what your recommendations are for budget and for approach on this, knowing that that's where we want to be as a community. Thank you.
This way. Mr. Snyder.
Thanks very much. Thanks for your work here. So first, a general comment. The Northern Virginia Transportation Authority has completed, for the first time, some work on sort of planning long-term sidewalk type projects, because they've traditionally been very big regional projects. And I think it's important that we work together with our regional partners to see if we can't plan regional sidewalk projects that may be eligible for NVTA 70% money. So that's a focus going forward that I think we ought to work on. Are there connectors between these other jurisdictions? Because a lot of our streets and sidewalks eventually do connect to Fairfax County or Alexandria or Arlington, and we ought to work with those jurisdictions to put forward regional projects to NVTA, because they're now eligible. That's been something I've pushed for, and we've now clarified. I want to focus on one particular project, however, Great Falls Street between North Washington and North Maple. In fact, there is a sidewalk that connects there, so I think it's a bit inaccurate to say that there's no existing sidewalk. That's the first point. Second point I'd make is, yes, there's a need to make the crosswalk at Maple and Great Falls truly four-way. In other words, you've got striping going one way, you don't have it going the other way, and that's very confusing to pedestrians. But I see a greater need in other parts of the city. One example would be Little Falls Street. When you go from City Hall to the Harris Teeter building, and you try to walk on that sidewalk on the left side as you're going to Harris Teeter building, you're constantly running into poles, utility poles, and that's a heavily trafficked area, and yet I don't see that. Maybe I missed it, but I don't see that on here. So I'm a little bit, I want to question, if you will, the application of the criteria and the accuracy in the case of Great Falls Street. And I don't think there's a need for an on-block, mid-block crossing there in that section. There may be a need in other areas. And in fact, if you go further down Great Falls Street between Maple and Little Falls Street, there you see there's an urgent need, because you have the utility pole issue on one side, and on the other side, the sidewalk goes to nowhere. So I would urge a reconsideration. I'm more than willing to sit down with staff to work through these things, but there are some odd sort of outcomes and odd elements of analysis that I really think we need to work harder on to get right. So those would be some initial comments, both specifically about the Great Falls Street. It seems to me there's a greater need one block beyond than there is the block that you selected for work. And there, in fact, is a sidewalk on one side of the street that does connect you between Maple and North Washington Street. Because I live in that area, I'm pretty much aware of what the foot traffic is, and the foot traffic is not that great. Yeah, there's a townhouse development there. The foot traffic is not that great. I'm not disagreeing with the fact that it does have some foot traffic, but the greatest need, I think, is for striping to make the intersection at Maple and Great Falls work better. And I'd be pleased to sit down. In fact, I'd like to ask city staff to meet with me to go over that project in more detail to make sure that, that we're doing the most cost-effective thing that we can do in that area.
I think we can do that. I think that's fine.
Ms. Underhill.
Or did you want to? Thank you for this, and thank you for the map. The list is great, tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, but to be able to see it on a map is really helpful. Are there other spots that still need sidewalks that aren't in tier 1, tier 2, tier 3?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think we pretty much, we stopped at that third tier where, so we had like the ordered, sort of nested connectivity. So there's definitely sections of the city that might meet a fourth order criteria that potentially don't have sidewalk.
Okay.
I think with our focus sort of on building a future network, we sort of moved away from those because they might be cheap and easy to build, and then we end up sort of building what feels like arbitrary segments of sidewalk.
That makes sense. Yeah. But there are others that could eventually get added whenever we get to the end of the list. Yeah. And then you mentioned neighborhood input. And I'm just wondering what you're envisioning for neighborhood input, because sometimes we have this great idea for the traffic calming program and then the neighborhood kills it. And there's no way to get around it because of the way that program is built. Are you envisioning that there is an opportunity for neighborhood input, but these are the three that are going in and traffic engineers are saying this is the right thing to do?
So I don't know that we've discussed that in depth yet. The way that we've sort of designed those projects is to try to minimize that as much as possible to make it easier to implement. But I think that's a conversation we should probably have internally.
Okay. Yeah. But you will do some neighborhood outreach to let them know this is coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
But they may not get veto power. I'm just looking at like Lynn Place, for example. It's a very small street. It's got like 2 people that live on it. If those 2 people don't want it, are they going to be able to veto it? Or is it more of a, for the good of the community, we're doing this, so there's not an opportunity for the neighborhood to take precedence over the community? The neighborhood to take precedence, yeah.
I don't know that we haven't yet.
Yeah, one thing I would say that, one feature of the Missing Links project is easy constructability. So it's all in the right of way. And so the city could proceed without needing any permissions from adjacent property owners. And for something like access to a park, I think we would say the greater good. We certainly would want to work with neighbors, but the greater good says we want safe access to the park.
Okay. I would support that. Thank you.
I love this map. It's so great seeing this visually. The criteria is so incredibly helpful. Really great seeing the dollar amount. This is going to be a document that when I get people asking me questions, I'm going to be directing people to this document. I mean, it would be even better if we had some sort of interactive web design, but that's like, I guess, more of the future. This document is great so far. And thank you for all the staff time and effort that went into this. 2 quick questions and then 1 comment. Was the Hillwood sidewalk project part of the larger stormwater project, or those were 2 separate items?
I think it is. It is part of the larger stormwater project.
Okay, so that would have been the same contractor on the sidewalk. Oh, separate. Oh, yeah. Totally separate. Okay.
I think they were separate projects, but because some of the work was happening at the same time, we were able to sort of get different contractors to do different portions.
Gotcha.
And I think there's still a section that hasn't been installed yet because we're going to utilize I think it's Hillwood 2, to build that last sort of section to complete the entire project.
Okay, I have some comments on the stormwater stuff. I'll save that for the council requests for later. But just in terms of the sidewalk, when I went to go visit the bike lanes on Roosevelt Street, I got to see the sidewalk, and it looked great. And it was really, I used the sidewalk, so it was really nice. My other question, how far along are we in terms of, I guess, the engineering of some of these projects? So the one that comes to my mind is the one on Roosevelt. Let me just bring up my notes here. Yeah, between Ridge Place and North Tuckahoe Street, right there on Villa Ridge Road. So Villa Ridge Road kind of is coming in from Broadmont. There is a paper street where the city completely owns the right of way. And so once we're getting a sidewalk in there, I would imagine, given that we have the right of way and we own that property, or the paper street, we would be able to create a connection from that sidewalk to Villa Ridge Road. And so I'm wondering, is that something we could look into? Is that a possibility? I've been getting messages from people in Laura's neighborhood in Broadmont saying that they use that path, and it would be nice to have a nicer path so they're not like crawling through the woods to get over to Eden Center.
I think we can definitely internally discuss about that and see what we can come up with.
Okay. Maybe, I mean, again, I realize that these are what we call low-hanging fruit or easy things to do. And so if that would be something simple to add on, and I would encourage us to look at, if there are paper streets nearby or anything else of any of these projects to look into providing a safe access path for people to be able to walk easily from place to place, because part of this is we want more connectivity or walking connectivity in the city. And so whatever we can do to encourage that, and Villa Ridge Road is one where it dead ends and then it becomes very difficult to get over to North Roosevelt Street unless you're sort of crawling through brush. So anyway, that would be my two comments. And then, excuse me, my one last comment is, again, you give city council a little bit and then we ask for more. So this is not, I'm so happy with what we have here. The next sort of amazing phase, besides the web interactivity design that I would love to have someday, would so that I could direct people to it. I know if I direct people to this document, the question is, I want, I don't know, I'm making up a street, Jane Street, we really want sidewalks. And so then I say, well, look at this document, this has the criteria. And then they would say, but why does Jane Street not fit into that criteria? Or why is it so low down the list? And so it'd be nice if I could then say, hey, if you look at Jane Street, it says there's no right of way, we have no right of way there. And it would be so incredibly, or it's like these 5 houses, we don't have any right of way. And so then it's almost on the neighbor. If they want to go get the right of way from their neighbors and get everybody together, then that would be a way for it to move forward. But at least for people to have some concrete reason why their street wasn't prioritized. Again, I realize that's not necessarily the priority right now, but that would almost be the thing that I would love to have to be able to point people to at some point in the future.
Okay. So like the past 2 updates, you could tell there's a lot of enthusiasm from council, so thank you for this. I thought that compared to the update we got probably over a year ago, this was really thoughtful and comprehensive. I think I'd been asking for kind of this master sidewalk list literally for 5 years. And so thank you for delivering and being responsive to that request. I will +1 the suggestion to publish both the map and the list online, because I do think that it is a top community thing that people request. And I think it'd be nice to be more transparent about the factors as well as the ones that are targeted so that people know where they are on the list or where they are not on the list and all the other projects that we're trying to get to, especially come budget season, because I think the conversation we started having is, gosh, it doesn't feel like 1 block per year is going to be enough to meet the demand. And so I want people to start thinking now actually, here's the list. What do I feel like my tax dollars should go towards? Is it 2 blocks per year? What would that look like? And start thinking about how they want their public dollars to go. So that'd be my first comment. Second is, I thought it was interesting that when I looked at Tier 1 and Tier 2, using kind of the equity lens and building that muscle that we talked about from 2020, is that actually all of Tier 1 are streets north of Broad. all of Tier 2 streets except Knollwood are also north of Broad. And so I don't know whether it was just the nature of the way the city pattern developed, where neighborhoods north of Broad just didn't welcome sidewalks. But I also want us to be careful that as we invest dollars, that we are thinking about equitably distributing kind of sidewalk dollars across the city as well. So I would just encourage us to keep using that lens. I know that's a new lens we talked about putting on budget and CIP decisions, but as we make sidewalk investments, I know that based on the selection criteria, we are thinking about where there's high volume pedestrians, where there's vulnerable populations like school bus stops, where there's commercial activity. But I do want to make sure that we are thinking fairly across the entire city and making sure we're thoughtfully putting sidewalks across the city. So that was the second comment. Third, a separate program we have, I know, is the shaving program and removing obstructions where possible. We don't need to talk about it tonight, but I know that, as Mr. Snyder said, we have poles in lots of places. I think we're trying to be opportunistic when we have commercial redevelopment to underground poles. But at the end of the day, we just, I think, have to live with some of the poles that are in our sidewalks until there is some sort of redevelopment or undergrounding that happens. Is that kind of the plan with obstructions in current sidewalks?
I think so. Yeah, I don't know that we can have the resources to sort of underground and do the engineering and the, that's related to sort of undergrounding poles, especially when we think about how many poles are on a given street. And it's usually not just one pole, it's usually a series of them. So yeah, I think that would ultimately be the plan for now.
And the budget for that, like we talked about, it's $1 million a block to underground, X number of poles. And if our whole budget for building sidewalk is $570,000 a year.
Yeah, when we get into utilities, it automatically goes to CIP.
Yeah. So it'd just be good to set that expectation, is that if we think the current budget is $570,000 per year, and that gets us one block, if we take on undergrounding, we would get to no blocks, really.
Madam Mayor, let me point out there's another alternative, which is you build the sidewalk out into the street. And that application is one which we ought to spend more time studying. We can narrow the lanes now. We now know that. And I think instead of assuming that we have to remove the utility poles, that would be a great idea if we could, and for the reasons indicated. It's very unrealistic. But I think in many cases, another thing we can do is extend the sidewalk into the street. And even in cases where you have a situation where you have a pole and then you have other parts of the street that don't have a pole, you can gradually move the sidewalk out into the street and then have it conform, if you will, to the other existing sidewalk that's there. Now, it needs to be done gradually and whatever, but the only point I'm making is, for example, if you take the classic, which is Little Falls Street between City Hall and Harris Teeter, and you're on the left-hand side, there are poles. Why can't we move the sidewalk or add sidewalk footage out into the street? Therefore, you have improved your sidewalk without having to move the pole. And I think there are examples all across the city where that could be done. So I just want to say the only alternative is not moving the pole in many cases, I think.
So I was about to say, I would like us to look at creative solutions. So for the places, whether there's obstructions, whether it's shaving, I think I was actually in Arlington. So Arlington has a complete street shared streets pilot on 3 of their streets. And so they're meant for kind of low volume streets with no sidewalks at all, where they don't have enough right of way. And they actually are doing some sort of paint treatment on the road to actually acknowledge that this is a place where you're going to have bikes, you're going to have pedestrians, and not be able to build sidewalks. I'd encourage us to look at creative solutions like that as well, and not just write off, well, these streets just can never have a sidewalk, because it's just not cost effective to, on a low volume street. So besides the 3 tiers, what I was about to say is I want us to be creative and continue looking at options to kind of get people around safely. Sometimes it is constructing sidewalk, sometimes it could be building out of sidewalk if we have right of way and don't impact, obviously, lanes and taking parking away. Sometimes it's using paint treatments and other things to acknowledge that it's a shared space. The 3 that I saw in Arlington was on North Wakefield, 12th Street South, and South Linden Street. So it's been a pilot that's been underway for the past year that I thought was a pretty cost-effective and low low-effort solution. And then my final comment, I wanted to go back to what Ms. Connolly said. So some of us obviously live near some of these streets. Some of us run or walk near some of these streets, and so we know these streets really well. I think, as Ms. Flynn said, it is really special in the little city when we actually know these streets so intimately and we can give you a lot of input. That said, I do want to caution us that to not let individual neighbors veto them, because we've all talked about how important these projects are to kind of create a grid of connectivity. And while we all have a lot of input and have a lot of experiences on these streets, I also want the criteria that you all have put forth in terms of constructability, where you think it's important network, to actually be the primary criteria. Because if you hear too many opinions, we're just never going to get this done. And so, because in the same breath, we're going to tell you, oh my gosh, we need to get more projects done. But if we keep giving you more input, we're just not going to get to execution. So my opinion only is, while you can certainly hear some input, I would just caution against not letting that dominate the conversation, and let's try to just get some sidewalks built. So, Ms. Underhill.
Thank you. This has been a great conversation. Thank you so much. This is just a tad off of sidewalk subject, but when you were talking about, other creative solutions, one of the things I was talking about with folks on Lincoln Avenue on the Arlington side, and also Grove on the Fairfax side. It's, people coming in fast, not realizing these are sort of like, we're in a residential area now. And so I'd like us at some point to think about, putting maybe aside some budget and maybe doing not the big welcome to Falls Church, but maybe some smaller ones that say, like, you're in a neighborhood now, welcome to Falls Church City kind of things for these streets that are bordered by Arlington or Fairfax, to hopefully slow some people down. So, thank you.
I guess just one thing to make sure that we're not being completely siloed when we're thinking about sidewalks. It only seems to appear that like one of these streets would make sense, which would be North Roosevelt Street again. But if we ended up doing a shared use path or something in a place where there isn't space for a bike lane or bike lanes in both directions, but it makes sense to have a slightly wider sidewalk, I would also encourage us to look at that. And again, I think the only place that might make the most sense would be on North Roosevelt Street. Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you for being patient with us on all of the comments. We appreciate all the hard work on this.
Thank you.
Great updates all around. Okay, I think the last one to round up the manager's report is the council priorities, and then we'll get to some business.
And we'll be pretty brief on this, just give a high-level update, sort of the slide one from the PowerPoint, and then happy to answer any questions. Mr. Young.
Great to be here this evening, and excited to give you all an update on our strategic priorities. Many of these you are already familiar with, so we'll be really brief. Some key accomplishments and items coming next that we've highlighted at the beginning of the slide deck. So we've talked about the government operations energy action plan for quite a while. We've kind of updated you all previously that we've struggled to order trucks. The ordering windows have opened up, and so we've ordered 9 new trucks for our public works fleet, which is a really big deal. We've talked with you all recently about tree canopy. We'll be back, I think, next Monday to talk to you all about tree canopy again. Solid waste services, we've spent a whole bunch of time talking about solid waste the last quarter, so we're excited that those changes have been adopted. We are on track to order our new organics carts, I think, in the next week. We provided an update on the ULI TAP study for the Gordon Road Triangle in September, and continue to discuss kind of ways to move kind of the vision of that area forward in the city in the coming calendar year. And we're excited we adopted the new affordable living policy back in August. So coming next, so in the first half of 2026, we'll be rolling out a residential energy audit program. We'll be completing the preliminary design for the east-west ped bike connection. We already talked about that this evening. We'll be back with you all on November 24th to adopt the ADA transition plan. We're going to talk yet again, or this evening, about the Complete Streets and Vision Zero principles. The permits process assessment is continuing, and we look to have that final report either by the end of this calendar year or in early January. And public engagement continues on the utilities and facilities chapter of the comprehensive plan, and we look to finalize that with you all and hopefully adopt that in the first quarter of 2026. So happy to answer questions about any of those items or any of the others in our strategic priorities. We've tried to kind of tout this kind of report as kind of the end closeout for the year knowing that we're going to have a new retreat in January and probably be talking about some new things to work on. But happy to take any questions you all have.
I was about to say that it was nice to see complete on a bunch of these priorities as we wrap up this council, so. Vice Mayor?
I agree. It was really exciting to see complete and to think about how far staff has brought us in the last 2 years based upon these things we highlighted. And I also still really like this approach versus our 85, things that we used to have on the council priority list. I want to make sure that when, so these are complete, we'll move into something new in January, new strategic priorities, that we continue to circle back and provide data on the changes that we've made, like the commercial parking, accessory dwellings, to see, in fact, if the work we've done has achieved the public policy goals we were trying to achieve. So just want to put a marker out there that we continue to, even if they roll off the priorities list, to ensure that we have follow-up and make sure that the work we've done has created the results we are hoping to create. That's it. Thank you.
And thank you. Just one quick follow-up. Planning staff has provided me with a memo on commercial parking with the change that the council enacted last year. I'll be emailing the city council that memorandum so you can have that information as well. But it is having positive impact.
Great. Thank you so much.
I'm going to start this way if there's questions or comments. Ms. Underhill? Sure.
I can start at my end. So this looks great. I would second Mayor Hardy's comment that it's great to see so many completes. I guess it's funny because as I was looking through it, I was like, oh, but I remember there's this thing that I really cared about that I wanted to do that wasn't listed on here. And so I guess some of those things that sort of quote unquote fell off, we can adopt in future plans, but I just wanted to flag a few things that stood out to me. One was for number 11, which is the micromobility. One of the things that we had talked about was not just bikes and scooters and other things like that, but low-speed electric vehicles, including golf carts. Is that still something that's being considered, or is that sort of like that golf cart stuff got pushed to the wayside?
So I think staff's put that on the back burner for the moment.
Okay.
I mean, it's, I think, something that council could, tee up for us, kind of for a future work plan.
Okay.
But I think we've kind of tried to focus on a few more achievable things.
Great, okay. So that, I guess my main question, that wouldn't be part of like a micromobility plan that we have coming forward in terms of looking into scooters or other things like that?
I think the work that we've been kind of doing is a little more tactical on kind of some more implementable, like scooters is one of the things I know Kurt's been working on to get us to kind of to something that we can implement a little quicker. But
great. Okay. That's fair enough. Okay, so I'll star that for our next our session next year. Other things, number 3. So on number 3, this is about parks. Oh yeah, an open space acquisition. And so what's great is to see like all the open space acquisition that we've actually done. And so these are like really tangential things. But one of the things that we had talked about was a working group to sort of have an overarching plan for connectivity, walkability, floodplain, and park easements that we wanted to get. So we'd have sort of this master list of like, here are all the places in the city that we'd eventually like to see or like eventually like to acquire. Is that also something that's just sort of, we don't have that, that's not in the works right now?
I think that's something to consider for the future work plan.
Great, okay, I will start that, and I'm noting that to the rest of council. I think it would be really good to have a plan so that when key properties do come up, we are ready. And then the other part of that was, and this is a budget thing, identifying a key source of funding for some of this, so we're not, we have a pot and not just, doing things on a one-off basis, using one-time money, but we actually have a pot of money that we can, that's funded. And then number 14 was the final one. Let me see. And I imagine this also maybe fell off. So we had talked about soliciting ideas for placemaking from city boards and commissions and key stakeholders, and also getting input on civic and retail uses that people would like to see in the city. And so that would be another thing that we would have to
Correct.
prioritize. Okay.
I mean, I think, as you look across the 25 different kind of slides we've got here and the things that we've kind of listed out, I think we were all, I'm included in this conversation. I think, I think we were all pretty ambitious with what we thought we were taking on 2 years ago. And I think part of the discussion, maybe kind of at the next retreat in January, is there, I think some of us on staff will advocate, the need to kind of focus a little bit more. I think the breadth of kind of the things here was a little more than I think we had the capacity to do.
Yeah.
But yes, I think we've been, kind of on the attractive sense of place items. There are a number of items we're working through. They're all a little odd, right? They don't fit like any one team's kind of typical job. And so I think, we're starting to get some traction. Some of the wayfinding signs that have been kind of down, Public Works has got a plan and it has already kind of been fixing some of those. So we're starting to get some traction on how to do some of these kinds of things. And I think that helps set us up for next year, maybe having a conversation about what's the next list of things that we should consider investing resources in to help continue building the city to be a more attractive place to be.
And I do want to flag a couple of things. I'm calling out the things that I cared about that weren't on the list, but there's a lot of things that are still on the list. And so it's almost unfair. I want to praise staff for all the hard work that's gone into this. And so there's a lot to celebrate. Have been focusing on what I lost rather than what I gained. The second part is that I will also add, we were down a lot of staff and a lot of a planning director and a DPW director and other people for a long time. And so that was something that we didn't necessarily plan for. And so I'm sure that also set us back. And then on top of that, we didn't have a full engineering team or whatever else. And so now that hopefully all engines are running, we might be able to take on a solid amount. But I think, at least to give you credit, when we were planning things before, we didn't necessarily know that we were going to have open positions for so long. And so I would imagine that also played a role in not necessarily being able to get through absolutely everything.
I think you've gotten a chance to hear from some folks tonight and seen the capacity of our team. We've got some great folks now on staff supporting us that are helping us get some things done.
I've noticed the difference. So anyway, thank you. I appreciate that.
I'll just repeat what Ms. Hiscott said, which is the organization of this is so much better than what we had in the past. So I really appreciate that, to be able to have descriptions and explanations of what we've accomplished and what's coming next. And I agree. I think next time around, we can just keep perfecting this and make it something that is doable with the staff that we are starting with, knowing that we're going to start with a great team. So I think some of these things make sense to keep continuing. A lot of these things, it makes sense to keep continuing as well as add other things on there. But I don't want to get in the situation where we go, oh my gosh, we had, how many things do we have here? 26 things, and we completed 14, so now we're going to add 16 more, right? So I think that is really important too. I don't really have any questions about any of these, but thanks for all the work on them to everyone.
Mr. Snyder?
Thanks very much. I agree totally with the prior comments made by council members, but I do want to focus on a couple things. The first is a Gordon Road triangle. As I went door to door, I think there's a sense from folks that there's a real opportunity to get a lot out of that development, provided especially that we're working with the buyer family, because if you add those two together, you're talking about 10 acres, which is roughly even more than the West End development next to the high school. So I think there's tremendous opportunity here to add for example, an athletic facility or something that the city doesn't have, or some degree of entertainment or something, again, that the city doesn't have, in addition to some ideas that were put there in the ULI tab. So my question is, how are we proceeding with that? What is the opportunity for community input to think large in this case and the belief that this is the last great opportunity to mold a development that really gets us what we want, in addition, of course, to what we need, which is the property yard. But I think it would be too bad to think of the city's use of the property being limited to the property yard, or that the property yard and a little bit of housing, but rather we think larger and we reach out to, I don't know if it's an RFP type situation or a way by which you can bring in potential developments and developers that have the ability to do major projects and have the ability to allow us to provide some real benefit to the taxpayers beyond the property yard. So can you comment on that? What's the process? Again, we're talking about acreage roughly equivalent to the West End, so we should have a project approach every bit as comprehensive as we had for that. Thanks.
So, we've had some we've been talking about the Gordon Road Triangle throughout the year. So I think kind of after the session with you all in September, I think we've kind of started to think through how best to kind of start some continuing conversations with all of the stakeholders. And I think you've kind of mentioned some of those as property owners beyond the city. It's in some ways, a similar size opportunity to the West End. I agree with you. The moving parts of it are, I think, probably a little more complicated, but I think it's a unique opportunity for the city, and it does require a little more thought before we move forward. So I think that'll be something we'll be talking with you all on council priorities for the coming year when we get together in January.
No, I think that's great. When you add up all the owners, it looks like a daunting project. But when you realize that between the buyer family and us, we've got 10 acres, you begin to think that there's some real possibility for significant development beyond the property yard and some housing, significant opportunities if we're able to put that together. And I'm trying to remember how we started the West End project. I think it was an RFP, wasn't it? I think there was an RFI and then an RFP. I think that's the way we went. But in any event, when you think about 10 acres, that's, I agree and you agree that it's worthwhile. So hopefully that can move forward and we can begin to see some community input and some discussion up there. And again, the effective outreach to the buyer family. The second thing is on micro mobility. It's great, and I support bike share and got the original funding for bike share, and we add scooters to that potentially, although we're going to need pretty firm rules for where scooters can be used because there have been real pedestrian issues in DC and elsewhere. But, that's okay for a certain segment of the population. But I think it was Justine who mentioned golf carts, or I've even heard people talk about returning to some sort of a local transit system. I got that actually from a fair number of people when I went door to door, users of it who were disappointed that it was killed off. And there are a couple different approaches to that, but I think there's a larger population base. There is a large population base that will not be able to use bike share, will not be able to use scooters, and yet I think we want to think about how we provide transportation options to them other than getting in a 5,000-pound vehicle and driving it from their home to the grocery store. There ought to be a more effective way to allow people not able to ride bicycles to get to and from the city. And I think there are some examples of some communities that have done some of that work. So I'd support that comment and urge that we do focus a little bit of attention on micro-mobility other than, and continue, of course, work on bicycle and scooters, but micro-mobility that is perhaps a larger category than we may be thinking about.
Understand your point. I think, as I I think stated with Councilmember Underhill, like that's not something we've spent time on to date, and it's something I think we can kind of fold into the priorities discussion in January.
Sure. And whether there may be a private contractor or something that doesn't necessarily have to be a city service, could it be a private service? And I guess one other thing that we now have with the growth of multi-family buildings around the city, do we now have a situation where micro-transit system, in other words, pulling together all those property owners to say, instead of each one running a shuttle to wherever they're going, is there a way to combine that into one and thereby achieve some efficiencies for them, but also provide the nucleus for our a micro transit system here?
So that's a concept we talked about with when we were putting together the energy plans a couple years ago. So it's, again, if something that comes to the top of the list of the priorities for us to work on, I think we can look into it next year.
Yep. Thanks very much. Appreciate it.
I'll go quickly just to say thank you. I chuckled also when I got to some of the pages and it's like Gordon Road complete. I was like, no, Gordon Road starting, right? So I get why it's like marked one way in the slides, but yet it feels like, a giant undertaking that we've only scratched the surface of. And so I guess what this made me sort of feel is that going into the next council sort of work session about strategic priorities going forward, to have that conversation, but to also realize we've done a lot of work in these areas. We identified these areas as ones that we needed to focus and spend time on. And I would also really be interested in staff's perspective as much as those of, my colleagues on, what do you feel like you've achieved? What do you feel like you've just started to scratch the surface on for potential, even in those areas that are potentially, that are now marked as complete, so that, you say we're just harnessing what staff we have, what we might be able to do in this area, and we need space, from you in order to achieve and deliver on things that we can take what we understand your priorities to be forward, so that, as, Councilmember Connolly said, we don't just, load up a bunch more things, but recognize we did a lot of very good work and hard work to kind of identify these areas, and they've consistently been areas that we've been hearing from the community from. And so, yes, we should be open to additional things that we can and should do, but would also really just like to build upon this progress that we've had and to build upon, I think, a relationship with staff that we've now been able to develop, where I think we're understanding one another in a way of both what we want to see and what you're able to accomplish, and kind of a clearer dialogue, both ways for maybe more realistic expectations. And I would, and I'll just say, I'm going to put my plug for the tax code as part of the affordable housing strategy again, since we didn't totally get to that one, but that's going to be my little push for, again, this next stretch.
Thank you.
Ms. Downs.
Thank you very much. And I would agree with Ms. Flynn about, if I was a member of the public and looked at the Gordon Road slide and it said complete, I would get nervous that meant it was already decided on what we did. So I don't know, maybe we take complete off. I don't know. I understand why we have it on there, but it could be misleading to the public. But anyway, I just want a couple comments and love, that we've done the 9 new, hybrid electric vehicles for DPW. That's terrific. That's really exciting. And I noticed that on there it said also, I think Ms. Flynn had mentioned this before about the charging stations not being ready, and the report said that was somewhat due to a vacant CIP facilities project manager. Is that still vacant?
That's correct.
Okay.
So I think 15 months ago, I think we had 15 vacancies in Public Works, and I think that's the last one.
Wow, that's
So
awesome.
Amanda and Tara and Herb have done some great work kind of bringing on some really good people, and we've got one left to go.
Terrific.
But that has been a challenge. We've got a kind of broad portfolio of facilities-related work. Lionel Millard's amazing. He's only one person. He's been helping finish a lot of the work up at West Falls Church, in addition to doing the community center and a lot of other things this year. And so rooftop solar, EV chargers. So I know they're looking at it, they're working on it. I think of the 9 vehicles we're buying, only 4 of them are electric. There are creative ways that we can make that work kind of in the short term while we work on installing additional stations, both here at City Hall and up at the property yard.
Okay, great. The permit, and also coming next, about the permit process, will that be presented to City Council? What comes of that? I know that we had talked about that in GovOps, the update permits process leveraging technology, and it says finalize permits process assessment report. Will we see that report?
So yes.
Okay.
Of course.
Okay. I'm just more because I will say that it's, for those of us who campaigned this fall, it did come up. One of the candidates made it like a pillar of their platform was the permitting process. So I just wanted to see if we could, take either a work session or what have you on that.
Absolutely, that's the intent. I think I mentioned earlier, the kind of where we're tracking now is I expect the report to be done and at least given to staff in early January.
Great. Great, that's terrific. And I guess my final shout out would be to you for this, complete the solid waste program. And, I feel like we're getting credit, really it was Mr. Young, you really took the bull by the horns, you ran with it, you did it. We gave you a really hard task and it was a huge heavy lift. And so I just want to thank you publicly for all you did to make that happen.
I mean, I appreciate that. I think, there's a number of folks on city staff that, it was a team effort all around. I don't know that we should attribute the kind of completion of all of that to me. I think our Lonnie Marchetti and a number of other folks in Public Works have worked really hard on this. Our OCOM team, I think you all kind of all seen the creative push I think we made this fall on the communications around this. The treasurer's office, there's a lot of moving parts of this, and so kudos to the whole city staff to get us through that change. And we've got some work to do still.
Well, that's an excellent point. And, again, on behalf of my colleagues, please pass our thanks to your whole team. You did a terrific job.
Will do.
Any other opinions on, input on? Okay. Well, thank you. We look forward to starting this again next year.
So I want to thank the council. It's been an outrageously long city manager's report tonight. But there are 2 more things, if I could just say briefly. First, we had an election last week, and I want to take the opportunity tonight to thank the registrar and the entire team of the registrar for all the hard work and excellent work they do. There's such serious running elections is just the fundamentally most serious thing that we do, and they do it at such an excellent level. So a big thank you to the registrar. The city clerk is planning a festive event to celebrate our newly elected council members, Councilmember Connolly, Councilmember Snyder, Councilmember Downs, Councilmember-elect Arthur Agan. So we're looking forward to that event on the 8th.
And our departing council member.
And to celebrate our council member who chose not to run for re-election this year, Vice Mayor Debbie Hiscott. We also celebrate her. And so we're looking forward to that event. We're also already planning for the council's planning retreat in January. So take a look out for dates that we'll try to secure a Saturday, if that's the pleasure of the council, in late January for a planning retreat and get that on everybody's schedule. So we'll do a lot of work between now so that the new council can hit the ground running. The second thing I'd like to note, and this is really a segue to your first business item, is that we want to welcome David So to his first city council meeting. So our new finance director, Mr. David So, is here. And I did tell him that his agenda item would be up probably at about 8:30 tonight. So But I do want to just say a few words about David. He joined the city a week ago, and he has hit the ground running. It's just great to have his energy with the team. David comes to us from WMATA, where he was the director of the Office of Management and Budget there, really helping WMATA move forward and more transparent budgeting, process improvements. And our recruitment for this position for finance director, internal process improvements and using technology effectively to help staff be more effective and to help the public do business with the city more easily is something we talked a whole lot about during this recruitment. And David, with his prior background, also in the private sector with the Berkeley Research Group, with Nestle, with Samsung, I think he's going to bring a lot of great ideas to the city. He has a Master's of Business Administration, so he's an MBA from George Washington University and School of Business, and also undergrad with a Bachelor of Science in Finance at the University of Maryland. So really excited to have David join. We do have the budget item that will come after council requests. And so, but before we get to that, David, would you like to say any words just as introduction before we get to the budget item?
No, thank you. No, that's a great introduction, and I'm just very happy to just be a part of this whole process. I'm looking forward to just coordinating with the council and also trying to build out a lot of the technology that Mr. Shields has spoken about. So I'm just excited. I know I'm only a week in, but I'm really looking forward to especially this upcoming budget cycle and seeing where we can improve in some areas. So thank you very much.
Excellent. And a big thank you to Melissa Ryman, who was our interim finance director and who did all the work to prepare the budget amendment that's before you for second reading tonight. And Melissa is always a stalwart leader for the City of Falls Church, so a big thank you to her. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the council.
Great. Well, welcome, David, and congrats to Laura, Mary Beth, Dave, and welcome Art to council in January. Council requests. Mr. Steiner.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Two, really. So Richard Klein brought up the issue of that custom sign at the Falls Church station. He's spoken to us on a number of occasions during the office hours, if you will. Frankly, it's an issue that needs to be dealt with. I think the sign needs to be replaced with a sign that complies with the existing standards. I think that's been his only request from the beginning, and I'm sort of disappointed, if you will, by the lack of action on this. And so my request would be that we address this issue once and for all, that we determine what is the appropriate sign to go in there based upon the applicable standards. And the evidence seems to be it's not the sign that's there now. So that would be my request, that just make it so. In other words, it's risen to the level of a question of public trust, which concerns me a lot. So I want this addressed, and I want a sign to be put there that complies with all standards and meets the request of the reasonable balancing of the various needs there in that particular area, but fundamentally that it meets whatever standards apply. The second request, and I do support the comment that was made about our registrar's office and the voting, but frankly, the Oak Street voting area was less than ideal. People were funneled into a very narrow walkway. You go up a temporary wooden path into a trailer, and then those who were out interacting with the public were forced onto the street and then off the street. The street was blocked off occasionally. Perhaps the neighborhood wants that maintained in that area, I don't question that, but if we're going to have it, continue to have it there, we really have to improve the experience, it seems to me. It sends exactly the wrong signal. We know voting is terribly important to this community. Our high percentages indicate that. But that was less than optimal situation that occurred during this year's election. And are there efforts being made to prevent that from being repeated in the future? And again, a very narrow area to go in, people interacting with the public were forced onto the street. The street was blocked off from time to time, and you voted in a temporary trailer. Now, maybe that's construction, and maybe some of that go away, but I would be interested in the specific plans to make sure the experience is better there at Oak Street.
So one thing I would just say about that, I think the registrar was a bit surprised by that change, we can do an after action as to kind of how that could have happened, but there was construction happening inside the school that we weren't aware of. And so I think to the registrar's credit, they had to move quickly. And obviously, anytime you move a polling place, that's a big deal. And so the fact we didn't want to make a big disruption to the voting public, this was the best solution. It was suboptimal. And I think kind of fundamentally, the question is, going into about a week before the election, how come we didn't know that it wasn't going to be possible to vote in the gym? I think that's something that we can learn from and try to take that, what we learned from it, take that forward.
Thank you.
Ms. Connolly.
Just to follow on that one as well, and that is that on this campus, there were 2 wards here, which we've done a couple times now. I'm just wondering about parking and staff here. I know we just approved the calendar and said that Election Day would be a work day. I'm wondering if we might want to review that and see if it makes sense to close City Hall so that the people who are coming to vote can actually get in and find a place to park.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. And I think the registrar on that point, their preference is to have a polling place up at the high school. And we've asked them to sort of hold off on doing that until all the construction is complete. But also, I think the schools need, they have, I think, kind of verbally said that would be okay, at least the prior administration did. But we would need to make sure that that's going to work. There are some difficulties of having a polling place in a school. But that's what the registrar has desired to do.
And that would mean having to close school that day, for sure.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. So, yes, so sorry, just piggyback on that, because I know the school board said, when I was on school board, it was only going to be federal holidays that the schools would be closed. And there's no way we could do it at Meridian unless the school was closed because of the parking issue. But I don't know. I do agree that at times parking got a little tight, like at the after work hours and that sort of thing. I have to say, though, I do like having the city open during Election Day because you just never know what, it just gives me an added sense of security with everything going on. But it's, I do, and I think, Oak Street, Mr. Shields, I think I commend Mr. Bierke and the staff for being able to turn it over so quick to move it to the trailers. I think the question is why we didn't hear from the schools in a more timely manner, that we weren't going to be able to use the gym. So I think that's, not on, my opinion, not on us. I think Dave did a great job turning it over, but it's curious why we didn't know sooner that we weren't going to be able to use the gym. But anyway, I'm sorry, Mary Beth, Ms. Connolly, did you have any other, I jumped in there.
No, that's all. I mean, maybe there's a way to allow people to telecommute that day or just to keep this
that could be,
space more open if we remain here at City Hall. Just a thought for the future.
Yeah. And then, Mr. Shields, my only, I'll just jump in if it's okay. My only question was, I know we had received a letter about leaf collection. How are we doing on that? Are we where we need to be in terms of the schedule and all that? Are we behind?
So we've just started, so I don't think we're behind, but I'll touch base with the staff just in terms of kind of what the status is.
Okay.
Thank you.
The leaves did, they fell later this year, so we're geared up now.
I think the concern was there was a note on the website that they weren't doing leaf collection around voting day. And I don't know whether it's because the streets were already busy with cars and commuting, or if it was the crews that were working multiple. I'm seeing staff say it was because the crews were working multiple events.
That's right. The DPW crews are a big kind of help to the registrar on election day, and so events.
Other council requests, Ms. Underhill.
Sure. I would like to follow up on public comment as well as Councilmember Snyder's comment regarding the petition with 200 signatures on the non-standard sign at the fire station. So now that we do have a new DPW director and more staffing, I would second looking into this. And so the key question for me is two parts. One, would it just be simple to fix this and have a standard MUTCD compliant sign? And then, but if not, if the answer is no, then could we just get some written note as to why the non-standard sign is justified? So just those would be the two main questions. And then the other key thing was I got a call today from a resident. It was a little bit disheartening. This was regarding Hillwood, which I brought up several times. He mentioned, so this is, I guess, this project has been going on for 18 months, but he mentioned some key things that the contractor had done that seemed, I don't know if the word is careless, but things like they left holes in the ground without covering them with steel plates, and these are 7 to 8 foot holes. They left rubble in his yard. They cut down one of his trees without immediate notice that this was going to happen. And so I guess there was just issue after issue. And then I guess the sort of icing on the cake, well, I'll get to that in a second. So one part of this, and I don't know if we have an answer, but it's what's our ability to hold contractors accountable and to a high standard? And if they're not meeting that standard, what sort of recourse do we have? So that's one big question that I have, and I'm guessing that there's not a simple answer there, but it's something that I am curious about. And then the second part is to address his more immediate issue. I can understand how he's frustrated. He was told that his yard would be fixed and the plantings that had died would be put back in this summer or fall. And then I guess he was most recently told that, sorry, the contractor's not available this year. They're going to replace it next year, sometime in the spring or summer. And so he felt really frustrated that he had been assured one thing, and then this seems to keep going without a good reason why. So I know. I'm not sure where that stands with, and so I guess my main question or my main request is there something that we can do to put pressure on the contractor to fulfill the replanting of the sod and some of those plants sooner than later before it gets too cold, and so this doesn't push it till next year?
Yeah, we can follow up on, and I think their project manager has followed up on that specific question. As a general statement, I think the city holds contractors to very high standards.
Okay.
And these are difficult, very disruptive jobs, and it's not unusual that there's there's some unhappiness as we go through. But I think we work very hard to try to address those. I think at a very high level.
Great. All right. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Bear with my line of thinking here. During this election season, there have been a lot of comments about pausing development or that we've had too much construction in the city. And while we all know it's been loud and dirty and inconvenient for people at times, which construction usually is, my ask for both the city manager and council and school board and school staff is to remind people that we passed a bond referendum 2017 for $120 million, and part of that bond referendum was developing that 10 acres next to the high school. We wouldn't have a high school without that development. We wouldn't have this gem of our community without the development that's happened throughout the city. And I think that we quickly lose sight of the bond was passed, our high school was built, doors are open. People don't think about it as connected to the bond anymore. And I think it's really important as we go into this budget season and as we talk about development that we keep that in mind. I feel like that's gotten lost along the way, and it hasn't been that long, really, since we've done all this work. So my ask of you and everybody up here is to continue to send that message to the community and to think about why we don't want to pause the development. The development's paying for the services that we have received. Our macroeconomics are going to pause development quickly enough, and they have, and they will. But so I just want to kind of talk about that line of thinking and how it's damaging to the past and the history of the bond referendum and to all the work that we've done in building the facilities and the great things that we have because of it. So it's a little roundabout way of saying that's my request of the city manager and staff.
I could add on to that request. I have actually a tactical one. So we are due for that mixed-use report card. I think we do it every 2 years. We have 4 meetings left in this year, so it'd be great to, if it's available, to be able to share with us, because that is our kind of every 2-year report card on how our mixed-use projects are performing. Are they delivering the revenues we projected? Did we come in, above or below? Where did our student projections, how did those do? And then be able to update our model. So while we don't have a really heavy development pipeline, I think it's a healthy process that we do this every couple of years to monitor how our actuals are coming in with our projections. And so to build on Vice Mayor Hiscott's point, I think it'd be great to have that sometime before the end of the year in one of our last remaining meetings.
Madam Mayor, just an add-on, I think it's useful to do that. I think it's also useful to include long-term infrastructure costs. For example, we're facing a significant need to expand our sewage capability, and a lot of that's driven by new development, as well as additional students in the schools. Now, I know the schools, the facilities are capable of handling increase in the number of students, but the fact of the matter is that each student that comes from a development is a student that we voluntarily took on, we didn't have to have. So I think what I'm looking for is a total cost-benefit analysis rather than just the short-term benefits.
I don't disagree that we obviously should be looking at infrastructure costs that are associated with it. But as far as students, we have fewer students now than we did in 2017 before West Falls was built, before Madera, before Founders Row. I don't know that is the driving factor behind how our mixed use is doing, because I don't think it hasn't added to date what we've already budgeted for. We budgeted for 160 new students this year, which we did based upon a lot of outside counsel, but we just aren't there. So I think it goes back to knowing where our students are coming from and what the costs are associated with them. We need to make sure we cover that cost and cover the cost of infrastructure. We've talked about sewage and water a lot, and when we get back to the Fairfax County agreement, that'll be important to understand that, the finances and what's supporting as well. Thanks.
Other council requests? Okay, I just had a couple thank yous. So thank you to the clerk's office for our lovely board and commission appreciation dinner. Thank you to also all the people who serve on our boards. I was going to make a plug that I think HSAC, CACT, BOE are a couple of the high-profile vacancies. There are probably others on our website, so I would encourage people who are not serving on a board or commission to go out there and look. Thank you to the police for supporting the Halloween parade from a couple weeks ago, and also the police and sheriff for supporting Governor-elect Spanberger coming into town at the beginning or at the end of October, as well as Public Works for supporting our latest crosswalk painting project. 2 days ago on Saturday at Oak Street Elementary. So thank you for staff for kind of going above and beyond at all these special events and kind of all the community building we do across the city. So please pass on our thanks for that. Okay, I think we're ready to get on to business on the agenda, Mr. So. Thank you for your patience for our first. We are at 10:20, so actually,
I'll be back.
Do we want to take a quick break since we are 3 hours in? Okay, well, let's call a break, and then you don't have to stand there, Mr. So, through all of our council requests. We'll regroup at 10:30. It's right now 10:20. Thank you.
So what
What would be a good time for me to budget? You can finish. Yeah, you finish.
Okay. Tomorrow, I take calls anytime, really. Let me just check, because I think I have something from 1 to 2, and that's it.
But if I call around like 10.
Yep, that's great. I'll put it in
Oh,
here.
wait, and let me make sure I'm calling the right number. Actually,
Oh, yeah.
there's one time where you were, told me to delete a number, and then I was like, okay, and then I don't know. I don't know if I did.
And then I didn't.
Let me see. Okay, I type in Sally. Okay, so what I have, 571-5280.
That's it. You got it. Yeah, I have you in here, so we'll talk tomorrow around
Thank
10.
you
That
so
sounds
much.
good.
Okay,
Thank you.
perfect.
We're on now? Okay. Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. So, again, for your patience. Madam Clerk, can you call the first item on the agenda, please?
Yes, this is for second reading and a public hearing, TO 25-19, ordinance to amend ordinance 2090 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2026 general fund and the capital improvement program funds.
And I'll turn it over to Finance Director David So.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Shields. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is David So, and I am the Director of Finance. I'm presenting tonight for second reading and public hearing TO 25-19, ordinance to budget and the capital improvement program funds. This amendment will increase the general fund appropriation by $2,012,666 and the capital improvement plan funds by $133,197. The primary sources of funding are from the FY25 surplus funds. $547,000 will be for new uses, $79,000 for carry forwards, $835,000 is being placed in capital reserves, and $274,000 in the permit fee reserves. The amendment also adjusts the budget for the solid waste fee and related reduction to our real estate tax revenues. The budget amendment also reflects the transfer of the appropriation for the business analyst position from the Department of Finance to Information Technology Services within the Department of Executive Management. This ordinance was granted first reading on October 27th, at which time Council voted to increase emergency financial assistance allocation by $25,000 and to reduce the 250th USA anniversary funding by $25,000. These changes are now reflected in the ordinance presented tonight. Additional information on the amendment is also included in the staff report. I am happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mr. So. Before we get to questions and comments, Ms. Conley has a disclosure to read.
I do. Let me find it. I have one here. I make the statement as City Council discusses TO 25-19. I am an employee of the Falls Church City School Board, and I'm a member of a group of 3 or more persons who may be affected by these matters. However, I'm confident that I can participate in the conversations fairly objectively and in the public interest.
Thank you. Okay. Now, do we have questions or comments on second reading for the budget amendment since last time? Okay, do we have a motion then?
I move to adopt TO 25-19.
We have a second?
Second.
It's Flynn on the second. Call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shonsiskad?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
The motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. So. Hopefully that was painless for your first one. Let's call the next item, please.
Yes, we have TR 25-36, resolution supporting the goals of Vision Zero and the implementation of a Vision Zero strategy.
And Amanda Brain, our Public Works Director, will give the staff report for this item. Thank you for all of your work on this and the team.
Good evening again. So Council is requested to adopt a resolution in support of the goals of Vision Zero to eliminate and prevent all traffic fatalities and serious injuries on city streets in the City of Falls Church, and the implementation of a complete street strategy to enable safe access for all users, including pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, and transit riders. So we had a very thorough work session on October 20th where we talked about this extensively. Really appreciate all of the comments and feedback, and I think the staff really appreciated the conversation. There are just minor edits to the staff report from last time, adding a few notes about taking a multimodal approach. There's a lot of discussion about a communication strategy and making sure how we're communicating to the public and website and bringing things to the CACT. And then in the resolution itself, added a few more clauses about complete streets specifically. And so we've made just kind of a few minor edits and attached pretty much the same slides as last time. So I'm happy to take any kind of further questions or feedback, but would otherwise staff recommends adoption.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for being responsive to the feedback before and adding complete street to the resolution. I think you'll hear that we are enthusiastic about this one. So any other comments? Mr. Snyder.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. To say enthusiastic is an understatement, and we really appreciate this. And I want to see it become a comprehensive look at the entire city, which I think you have in mind. The one question I have is, as you look at our crash reports each week that are appended to the crime reports, you see happily few injury accidents, but a fairly large number of property damage only accidents. Those property damage only accidents, with slight changes if people aren't wearing seatbelts the way they should, could easily be injury accidents. So in terms of data and prioritization, are we considering property damage only accidents in addition to fatal accidents and injury accidents in terms of prioritizing our actions?
I would say in general, an approach it tends to take, use the term kind of serious injuries and focusing on injury crashes. But yes, we look at the property damage, and we've also talked in some of these conversations about near misses and things. And so I think we're taking into account all of those different types of incidents. And we're continuing to develop how we prioritize those different types of incidents and crashes.
Yeah, I think that sort of data is tremendously helpful in prioritization, but we not limit our scope of priority just to those intersections that have had injury and fatal accidents. Clearly that's, well, fortunately no fatal accidents recently, and we want to do everything we can to prevent that. But injury accidents obviously have a high priority, but again, a lot of property damage accidents could easily be injury accidents with the slightest change in what occurred. So thanks for that. Appreciate that.
Other final comments? Take a motion.
Madam Chair, I move, or whoever wants to, I don't want to step on anybody else, but okay, move to approve TR 25-36.
I'll second.
Ms. Underhill on the second. Call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yeah.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
And is this where we amended the agenda to add TR 25-40?
We did. First, I just wanted to confirm that we did open the public hearing for the budget amendment.
Oh, I don't think we did.
Yeah, so do we want to just do that and
I'm going to go back.
Take a vote again? Okay.
Thank you for catching that.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let's call TO 25-19 again.
All right. And as you may recall, that is an ordinance to amend Ordinance 2090 regarding the budget of expenditures and revenues and appropriating funds for the fiscal year 2026 general fund and the capital improvement program funds.
Can we skip the staff report again?
Yes.
Okay.
Are you sure you want to?
Okay. Given that we had discussion on this already, I'm going to open up for public hearing. Any members of the public wish to comment on TO 25-19? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. And then we have nobody online as well?
We don't have anybody signed up.
Okay. Okay, let's have a motion again then. Anyone want to move TO 25-19?
TO 25.
Is that what they need to do?
Move to adopt TO 25.
Is there a second?
Second.
That was Hiscott and then Connolly. Now,
Ready?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shunts Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes 7-0. And so then we're on to,
The inserted resolution.
yes, the resolution that was added to the agenda, TR 25-40, resolution to authorize payment of emergency funds appropriated in an amendment to the fiscal year 2026 budget by ordinance 2103 to Capital Area Food Bank, Inc., Food for Others, Inc., and Falls Church Community Services Council, Inc., to assist the local food banks in providing emergency food to city residents in need.
So for this item, we are joined by our Director of Human Services, Dana Jones, and she's participating virtually. I do want to thank her and the city attorney and the city clerk for moving quickly to develop this resolution. We recognize that it's before the council for discussion for your first time tonight, but we are asking, given the emergency that we are facing, that the council consider taking action on this resolution tonight. And Ms. Jones, let me turn it over to you.
Good evening, council members. So we are making a request to, as Wyatt mentioned, to fund the 3 area food banks in the city that serve city residents. And those are the 3 that were listed. Right now, we're kind of in the middle of a food, food insecurity situation with residents. It's kind of a number of things all happening at once. It's the SNAP benefits, which have, it seems to be changing every hour. Hopefully this week, people will be getting their 65% of federal SNAP benefits. They already received some of the state benefits. And at the same time, the food banks are getting record numbers of people for utilization. And then we also have the furlough and, and then also food costs have skyrocketed. So all of that is added up to large numbers of people using food banks. And I've talked to all 3 directors at all 3 food banks, and they are all kind of struggling to meet the demand. And so I asked them to send us information about what their needs are, and that is in the staff report. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of information about the 3 food banks. The Capital Area Food Bank is a food distribution center, and they are a warehouse with large, amounts of food, and all of the food banks in the general area order food from them because they can buy in bulk, and it's a lot less expensive, and that is really helpful, especially now. When I've talked to the 3 of them, what they really need is to order food in bulk. And then as far as the Falls Church connection, they provide food to Food for Others. The Columbia Baptist Church has a food distribution site. They order food from them. And then they also provide a food distribution for Winter Hill for all of the 80 residents. And they go to the community center and provide food, and the seniors come down and get that food. And then they gave us information on their need. They are needing to purchase food for their warehouse, and they gave information on that. To purchase 30 pounds of food for 200 households would cost an estimated $5,000. And so they've given more information on that. And then they also plan to reach out to the Falls Church Community Services Council so that they also may register to purchase food from them. Moving on to the next food bank, that is the Food for Others Food Bank, which is located in Merrifield. That is where HHS sends the majority of our residents through food referrals. They have a market where people can go and purchase food. They have fresh foods there, and they are, ready to serve residents if the SNAP benefits are held up, or we're still not sure exactly what's going to happen with that, but they have been meeting that demand. They also do a food distribution site in the city 2 times a week. And in September, 137 households were served from the from Food for Others. Their need is to purchase food in bulk to meet the increased demand. They also have received a request from the schools, from the Falls Church City Public Schools, to assist in a replacement for their Power Pack program to support 166 students per week. And this came from the director. They sent this. And I know that the schools are also looking at other alternatives for that program. And so they estimated that this cost would be $664 a week, $16,600 for 25 weeks. And so you can move down to the Falls Church Community Services Council. And the Falls Church Community Services Council, they rent space out of the Knox Presbyterian Church. It's a smaller food pantry, but they provide non-perishable and fresh food to clients in need. They have volunteers that go and prepare the food, and then they deliver it. The volunteers prepare it and take it out to individuals. We usually send about 3 people a month to the Falls Church Community Services Council, because they also provide rent to our residents, and we give them a community services fund grant, and they provide rent. But they are saying that they would be able to serve additional residents if they're able to purchase more food. And they served 17 people in the city, and that also included rent. So that included 4 food deliveries and 13 rent and utility assistances. So they assist about 55 households per month. And so they are expecting the demand to continue to rise. And so you can go down, and that kind of gives you some information about what their need is. And they also are doing a holiday drive for Thanksgiving and Christmas, which they provide to city residents. And they also give grocery gift cards. So these are the needs that all 3 programs have met. And so at the budget amendment details, you already discussed an additional $25,000. It wasn't really designated. It said it was for emergency assistance, but HHS is making the recommendation that these funds go to these 3 food banks, because that is the need that we've seen, and that's the request that we've received. And we feel like that's going to go to make the most difference. All of them would like to purchase food in bulk, and that's their major need. And so that is the request before you today. And our hope is to have this, we would like to have this happen before the week of November 24th, because they are also anticipating meeting people's Thanksgiving needs. And so it would be great if they could make these purchases around that time.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Jones. Thank you to you and staff for quickly responding to our discussion last week and trying to stay abreast of kind of the evolving food insecurity crisis that we're dealing with. I just wanted to note that I guess of all the data points that stood out to me, I think the Falls Church Community Services Council saw a 72% increase in terms of households served this month, and so it's a really acute problem. And so I guess I would ask that if we can keep monitoring this, even if we are kind of injecting additional funds, if we find that that trend continues and we need more, I think given that in our last budget we had set aside money to exactly respond to things like this, if we need to do more, I think we want to stay involved. So just keep us posted. Questions or comments from council? Ms. Lynn?
I'm happy to support this, and also just want to thank staff for moving very quickly in response to this, and sort of identifying, places that these funds could be well used, touching base with the directors. There is a food insecurity crisis. There's a largely federally created crisis in many ways, especially for SNAP benefits and in light of the shutdown. And regardless of sort of what happens with government reopening or ultimate distribution of SNAP benefits, it's important both to meet rising food insecurity needs and also to help replenish the places locally who have been serving our residents and serving the region and stepping into fulfill this need in a very meaningful way. So thank you all again.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is a great way to have the city team up with existing organizations, some faith-based and some not. I also wanted to call attention to the work of the Columbia Baptist Church. They had a sort of a fun run and fun walk, and of course I did the walk and not the run, but they raised more than $200,000 for their food bank from one charity event. Plus, and I don't belong there. I don't belong to a particular church, but they also do extensive development work in Zambia, Guatemala, and elsewhere. So they're obviously a church that can get the job done. So I think they're included in this set of nonprofits, and I think, to the best of our ability, this is a good use of taxpayer funds to help meet an emergency, much of which we didn't cause.
Ms. Connolly.
I'll just say thanks, Dana, for pulling all this together, especially because I know that all three of these organizations are working really hard to fill their needs. So to get them to respond to you and tell you what they need quickly is really important. And I also want to just point out that the Falls Church Community Services Council, for one, it's important that we're giving them funds. I think they're also going to need more volunteers because they deliver food to people. So I put a plea out there to the community. They get a lot of their volunteers from local churches, but if you do have time to help and volunteer, they'll be delivering more food than they have in the past as well. So they could definitely use some human power to get all the food to the people who need it. But
Definitely.
That's all I got. Thanks.
Thank you.
I guess on that point, I'd fielded a couple of questions where people wanted to help, and I think, Dana, you had said that people really want monetary donations. That's the most effective because the dollar goes further.
They do.
Volunteers is, I guess, another option. I guess what other, maybe it would be helpful for us to sum up, like, here are the 5 ways you can help. Is it money, volunteers? Are there other things that community members who can't support do more?
Yeah, I think they need all those things, but the thing they need most are funds, but they do need volunteers, as Mary Beth said, and they also are going to need food, especially with the holidays coming up. So it's just that when you make a monetary donation, what they really want to do is purchase in bulk because they get more for their money and they can get more food, but they also need their regular food drives. So, I mean, any of the three would be helpful from what we've talked to them. Mary Beth and I were just at the Community Services Council, and that's kind of what they said. Last weekend was the Scouting for Food drive, and that replenishes a lot of food pantries. But, you know, they still need additional food as well.
A resident also asked whether the city was hosting a food drive. Like, even if the federal government opens this week, if there is more acute need for food, are there other food drives around the city that we could direct people to if we didn't want to host one of our own?
I think Mary Catherine has left, but OCOM pushed the new holiday stuff that's happening on the website and included several food drives, including city and community ones.
Oh, great. Yeah, I know that we have one planned for employees, but we hadn't really planned throughout the city. There's going to be one, we're putting boxes in front of the community center, library, and city hall. So I guess, I guess anyone could donate.
Put food in there. Yeah, so let's plug that because I think people are looking for ways to help. And so if we say,
Yes,
you
we
could donate
definitely
money, you could be volunteer and drive food, drive deliveries, or, here are the food drive locations. Be nice, tangible things that people can do.
Definitely. Especially, I think, with the holidays coming, a lot of people are in a mood to be giving right now. So this is a good time to kind of capture people.
Great.
If you are giving food, the other option is to give to the Falls Church Education Foundation Family Assistance Fund, which is giving gift cards to families. And Dana mentioned in her report the backpack program, which has been paused over the summer and is being reassessed. And what we've been doing through the schools with families that are on free and reduced meals is to provide gift cards as needed, and Thanksgiving gift cards as well as winter holiday gift cards. So that's happening right now.
And Mayor, thank you for.
I also wanted to mention, there's on the city's website, there's a flyer that we and the schools prepared together that has, scan codes for all 3 food banks. And if you put your phone up to it, it'll tell you what they need. So that's also an option.
Thank you. Ms. Master.
I just wanted to give council an update that this evening, the U.S. Senate voted to approve a budget through January 30th, the CR and what we've been hearing the last day. So it is going back to the House, and they announced this House is supposed to reconvene Wednesday at 4. So we may have a budget soon. It still means the whole mechanism to get SNAP and money back out has to get teed back up by the federal government, because the federal government also told the states to slow the roll on the state program. But I did want to flag, it's only to January 30th, so we're still not out of the woods yet. And so this local support is still valuable to the community. But a federal update that happened this evening.
And about that time,
Good.
we might need to help people with medical costs.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Is there a motion for TR 25-40?
I move to adopt TR 25-40.
Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Flynn on the second. You call roll, please.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. Have a good night.
You too. Thank you.
Okay, we have consent. I think we moved an appointment to consent or added.
I think that's going to other business.
Oh, we added to other business.
So do you want to do that first before we do the work session?
Okay.
Yes, that all there is, consent, yes.
We're going to pull that up so you can read the terms and everything.
Just amended the agenda
Okay.
Earlier.
So this is an appointment. It's out of our usual cadence of appointments. We usually do them in the second meeting of the month, but we're going to do this one tonight because hopefully we'll be able to get this person onto the Housing Commission for tomorrow. So I move to appoint Benjamin Allard to the Housing Commission for the unexpired term of January 1st, 2023 through December 31st, 2025, and the following term of January 1st, 2026 through December 31st, 2028.
Second.
Ms. Flynn on the second. Call roll.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Downs?
Yes.
Ms. Flynn?
Yes.
Ms. Shantz Hiscott?
Yes.
Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Ms. Underhill?
Yes.
And Mayor Hardy?
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you.
Okay, now getting to the other business. CPACE.
So this is, we're shifting now to a work session mode, and what we want to do is provide council with a briefing on the CPACE program and a staff recommendation that the city council consider and take action on an ordinance that would create a city CPACE program that would be administered in conjunction with the statewide PACE program. Kurt Lawrence has been our staff lead on this. He's our environmental coordinator, works with our planning department, and I really appreciate his research on this, and I'll turn it over to him for the presentation. Thank you,
Excellent.
Mr. Lawrence.
All right, thank you, council, for hearing this item tonight. I know it's a little late, but really appreciate the time tonight. So diving right into the request, well, actually, let's go back to a few hours ago this evening. We had Abby Johnson visit us from VPA. And she did a good job kind of giving an overview of what VPA is, the Virginia PACE Authority, and kind of dove into what CPACE is and a few other details there. There is a PowerPoint that was available as part of the agenda tonight. I won't go through that because I think she did a good job covering many of the points in there. So we'll stick with just the staff report. So right, the request, as Wyatt alluded to, is to establish a CPACE program, which is Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, which is a financing program that's sort of is an interesting kind of public-private partnership to achieve kind of a common goal, which is financing for clean energy projects. So tonight we're having a work session, and then the goal of the work session will be to schedule a first reading for this item on the December 8th meeting with a public hearing and second reading on January 12th, 2026. Okay, so I want to kind of zoom out a little bit and talk about what CPACE is. Abby Johnson did a good job describing sort of how it works and VPA's role, but I think the city's role is also is pretty interesting. She described it as minimal, which is true. The role of the city is to pass a CPACE ordinance, which is before you tonight in the staff report. And we get this ordinance as a standard set of documents from VPA. And VPA works with the Virginia Department of Energy to sort of put all these documents together and administer the program kind of per Virginia Energy's requirements and goals there. So it's really I like to think of it as a yes or no question. The state has a program and the city can either say yes and adopt the program here in the city, or they can say no and not adopt it. The recommendation is to adopt it, and we'll get into a little bit of why we think that's the case. So if we go into the background, we can see some of the items that Abby talked about earlier. I think highlighting again, the key and unique feature of a CPACE loan is that it is secured by a city tax lien, which is sort of the mechanism that allows it to be such a favorable loan for lenders and for borrowers. That sort of allows it to be low risk for the lender, and then they can offer, because it's a low risk loan, really favorable kind of rates and a longer period of payback. And then I want to touch on why it's a state program. So as Abby mentioned earlier, Arlington does have their own program, and I spoke with the staff over there who works on CPACE in Arlington, and they said that they kind of they had the program before the state program ever got adopted, and then they really didn't want to move on from there just because it was another thing to adopt. So aside from them, the rest of the jurisdictions, there's 21 other jurisdictions in Virginia that have adopted a CPACE program. They're in the state program, and the benefit of the state program is for lenders and borrowers that they all get the same exact documents, the same exact ordinance with a few minor changes based on whether you're a city or a county or a town. But it really helps out with that kind of financial environment, having that be streamlined, takes away from a lot of administrative burden that might otherwise be on the lenders and borrowers if we were to each establish our own sort of program, if that makes sense. A few additional key features of CPACE include for the city, no financial risk. We are not going to be lending anyone any money. We're not going to be collecting that money. It's strictly just giving lenders the authority to enforce a loan as we would with the same priority that a tax lien would have. Minimal new workload for city staff because the program is administered by the Virginia PACE Authority, right? They give us all the standardized documents. They've been great kind of to speak with as we've gone through this process. And then it does advance the goals around sustainability, energy efficiency, and climate action. And then for private property owners in the city, right, they get this sort of financing to implement their energy efficiency upgrades, which they would not have access to if we did not implement a program like this. Reduces energy and operating expenses, boosts property value and durability, and stimulates local economic growth through construction and clean energy jobs. And then we mentioned earlier that CPACE has been around for a little bit, and the council's talked about it, and staff has talked about it. So it's been around since 2009. Virginia adopted CPACE legislation that allowed localities to develop their own programs. But then in 2022, Virginia launched its own statewide program, which gave it all those benefits that I mentioned earlier about streamlining the documents and kind of making a uniform process across the state for all localities. And at that point, they allowed the Virginia Department of Energy to competitively select Virginia PACE Authority as the program's administrator. Okay. So then I want to talk about the CPACE loan process a little bit. So what happens is that a private developer who might want to borrow some money considers all the options that they have, and CPACE tends to be a favorable option because of the benefits we mentioned earlier, because of the low risk, because of the special assessment. So they work with VPA and the capital provider, the lender, to come up with some kind of agreement and then go through the CPACE application to make sure that that project meets the requirements of a CPACE project. There are a few requirements that are listed in the staff report having to do with energy efficiency, and as Abby mentioned, they've kind of expanded those requirements to make the program a little bit more accepting of things that they think are good improvements for those buildings and for the community. So right, they all get together and they produce a few forms, one of which is the program agreement, which was attachment 1 with the staff report. That is a document that comes to the city for us to also sign. And with the passing of the ordinance, the city council would not have to be involved with the signing of any CPACE program agreement. Granting the ordinance allows the city staff to go ahead and sign that program agreement and have projects begin the CPACE loan process. While we're here talking about the attachments, the second attachment in the package today is the locality agreement, they call it. It's between the City of Falls Church and the Virginia Department of Energy, and that states that, yes, we're willing to kind of work together with Virginia Energy and VPA to sort of run this program, and it's at this moment where we decide whether we'd like to enforce any delinquent CPACE loans ourselves, delegate that power to the lender, or kind of go on a case-by-case basis. And I'll get back to that part in just a few seconds as I finish up the CPACE loan process part of this. Right, so second paragraph, VPA is responsible for the intake and review of all applications. And then third paragraph, the documents that are produced, including the CPACE lien certificate, is recorded in the land records. And then that loan is dispersed by the capital provider to the property owner in accordance with their financing agreement. So right, those payments are made directly from the property owner to the capital provider without the city getting in the middle of that. You'll see that there's the key responsibilities by stakeholder as the next section, which we've kind of touched on. And I'll just highlight the locality section. As we've talked about, the main thing is just to adopt the enabling ordinance to join the VA CPACE program, execute the Virginia Energy Locality Agreement, which was that attachment 2, and then execute the CPACE program agreement, which was attachment 1, for each transaction with the property owner and the capital provider. Okay. Okay, so moving on, we can get to the section defaults down there. Yep. So in the case of a default, the capital provider will be responsible for the enforcement of the CPACE lien as agreed to in the locality agreement and the CPACE lien certificate. So this was something that I touched on earlier. The CPACE lien is something that the city passes on to the developer and gives them that authority to enforce it. And kind of, right, that's the key that unlocks that special financing. So in the locality agreement and then in the CPACE lien certificate, we sort of give them that power that's normally reserved for governments. We give it to a private lender, and that's sort of how the whole thing works. And then in that case of a default, the lien is in the loan amount and secures also any interest, delinquent interest, late fees, penalties, program fees, and collection costs payable in connection therewith. A CPACE lien has the same priority as a real property tax lien, and that lien is placed on the property and not any one individual person. So in the case of a default or foreclosure, any unpaid taxes would pass to the next property owner, ensuring the city is reasonably free of risk from lost taxes. Next section, I'll highlight that the CPACE is in adopted city plans. It's in the Community Energy Action Plan adopted in 2023, as well as the Comprehensive Plan Chapter 5. So to wrap up, right, implementing CPACE in staff's view would be a positive move for the city, open new financing pathways for building owners, and sort of encourage the sort of development that the city's adopted plans say that it would like to see, sort of that environmentally friendly, green thinking development. Okay. And I'd like to open up now to any questions or comments. I'll note that the ordinance follows the rest of the staff report, and we get this from the Virginia PACE Authority, so I'm happy to answer any questions, but it is sort of a state document that is a little bit, we don't really have a whole lot of wiggle room in deciding what goes in and what goes out of this. And yeah, I think that covers all the documents in front of you today, and happy to answer any questions, take any comments.
Great. Thank you, Kurt. I think, as I mentioned, when we first did this once in 2019, I think it's come a long way. It seems like there's a lot less effort on the city's part. And so thank you for the very comprehensive and thorough report on this, Kurt.
Of course.
Should we have some comments? Vice Mayor.
Yes, thank you for this report. I really just have one question, and that's what the uptake has been with some of the other localities. There are 21 localities have used it. Like, how has it helped them develop new properties, redo others?
So in Virginia, the Virginia PACE Authority has 4 closed transactions in 4 jurisdictions.
This year or?
Total. Total with that VPA has been a part of. That does not include Arlington. So across those 21 jurisdictions, they've had 4 closed transactions.
And is that, they had 20 interested and only 4 closed? That's a lower number than I expected to hear from 21 localities. Do you know?
That's a good question. I can ask them. Yeah, I will say when I sort of put a question out to a few of the other localities in the area, I was a little surprised to hear that there wasn't as much uptake. Like, I would figure that the larger counties might have a few projects, in their own county, but the number I have from VPA is 4.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Connolly.
Thanks for this, Kurt. Is there a downside to the city for this at all? Sometimes I look at stuff and I completely miss the downsides, but this just seems like a win-win for everyone.
At this point, I think it's reasonable to say that this would be a positive for the city. Right, there's all these questions about how does a delinquent loan actually work? Like, what's the process for that? What's the real risk to the city? But after speaking with VPA and sort of within staff, we think it's reasonably not going to be a big risk. VPA continues to work on sort of documents and guidance about these sort of topics. So it's possible that when we come back for say a first reading, that we might have even more kind of assurance that it's reasonably risk-free. But yeah, it's a great question. It's something that's pretty attractive, and I think it's something that we took on because I see it as something that's positive and something that's fairly simple for us to get in place when compared to other programs and ordinances that we have to come up with all on our own.
Is it the kind of thing that we would promote sort of as an economic development thing too?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So
this would be something we could put out there, that we have this program. And
sure, we could say Falls Church has CPACE available. You can use it for retrofits. You can use it for new development. for new development, it's usually part of an overall capital stack. It's not really for 100% of a finance for that kind of project, but yes, that is, it's optional, but VPA lists that as one of the roles of the locality, is to promote it and have people sign up for it.
And is it all commercial? Or it's not any government buildings or see nonprofit here?
So this program is all commercial, as I understand it. Yeah, I would say it's all commercial in the types of properties listed in that first line of the background. The other thing I will say, based on the conversations I've had with other localities, is that they wished they were doing more to promote the program, the ones that haven't had anybody sign up yet, or saying, we do really like this program, we do need to start really advertising it more so that people will kind of take these projects on.
Right. And does the state help with that at all?
So
Is that something we could ask them to help with?
Through the Virginia Department of Energy, then through VPA.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Sure.
I just had a couple of quick questions. Some of them were the same as Mary Beth's, just in thinking about, when you were at one point doing the commercial audits, like how this would make sense if you were, doing an audit of a commercial building to then say at the same time as they had their feedback that, to the extent you're seeking to do improvements, this program may be available to you, or, a way to promote it. I just wanted to make sure that if the city attorney hasn't already taken a look at whatever these contracts and agreements would look like, that the city attorney does so before this comes back to us for first reading. And I guess had a question, just about the program generally, and hearing that if they've only had 4, I don't know what you call them, closures or something. Projects in their time, thinking about the sustainability, right? Like the state's interest in sustaining a program, that has only had 4 projects. And so I'm guessing that most of their work is on the front end, right, in terms of sort of facilitating these agreements, and that at that point in time, I guess the city's, the lien is on the property, and you have the private lender and the developer who are then in their own relationship. And so I guess I would just be interested, what happens in 5 years, if Virginia CPACE sort of falls away? Does it really matter if the real sort of parties are the city, the capital provider, and the developer? So just kind of, thinking about their role, given that you're talking about financing something that I'm guessing is a longer term, financing term, given the size of some of the projects that may be seeking these sorts of Virginia CPACE agreements.
Sure, thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Snyder.
Thank you. An interesting program. So let me ask you a couple questions. So what kind of loans are we, what's the size of the size of loans that can be offered under this program? What's been the experience with that, either the size of loans or the reduced interest rate, or both?
So that's a great question. I think to answer that, Celeste, can we turn to the PowerPoint presentation that was part of this package?
Yeah.
Should be attachment 3.
So if it's in there, I don't need to.
Well, it's just, there's 2 case studies there. I thought it might just be good to answer a few. Seems like might be a theme where we're seeing a couple of these might make some sense to the council.
Okay. I think the key to this program is the background, the 2 paragraphs background in your city council.
That was it, yeah.
Okay, so you want to spend a minute going through these examples, or?
So, sure. So this program, this one was a retrofit And they had a 25-year term, $2.64 million of CPACE funding. And then there's another one in here that should be I think it's after this one. Yes, so new construction. So CPACE did $8.7 million in this one. It was a 30-year term, and this one was for new construction. The minimum amount in a CPACE loan, I believe, is $50,000. And in a project, especially for new construction, it's typically not more than 35% of the entire capital stack.
Wow. So do we determine project by project what CPACE, in other words, we're the ones who have to agree to put the special assessment on, right? And the lien that would support that special assessment, we're delegating that back to the private lender. So do we have, once this program is established, do we have the authority to say, yes, we support CPACE funding for this project, but not for that project? In other words, is that a control we have? Or is it automatic if someone applies for it, they meet eligibility, they get it?
So in the CPACE program agreement, you're right that we do assign the lien to every individual project as they come in, and that happens as an attachment to this document called the CPACE lien agreement. And then as they come in, they get vetted against all of the CPACE criteria, and they have to fill out all this information with VPA. So I think, you know, we always have the choice to sign a document or not sign a document. I don't think we'd be forced to. From my read, there's nothing that would force us to approve a project that's approved by VPA, if that makes sense.
So we would be able to control what projects get the CPACE financing and what don't within the city. Is that?
So,
I'm seeing nodding of heads, maybe.
yeah, our impression is that there is a document that we would sign, but that would be an administrative action. My understanding as of tonight is that the individual projects would not be coming to the city council for you all for the council to approve.
Yeah, I might have an issue with that. I wonder if the program is flexible enough to give us that authority.
So my
Might be a
understanding
question
is
for the
that
future, yeah.
once this ordinance is adopted, it's then outside of our control. And so once the ordinance is adopted, what we have done is we've authorized property owners in the city to volunteer a special assessment, a special tax on their property. And that special tax is then foreclosable by us, but we don't have to foreclose if we delegate, if we assign that responsibility to the associate.
So we in essence would be, right, so we in essence, and that's what I'm getting to, so we in essence would be applying the special tax, which reduces the risk, which allows either the loan or the reduced interest loan. But we don't really have any control over what projects meet or are actually done with this program.
I think that's correct. My understanding is that's completely a private decision between a private property owner and the private lender.
But we have the critical role. We're the ones that make the risk. We're the ones who reduce the risk to the private lender.
We do reduce the risk by kind of lending our tax authority out.
Yep.
But it's also a bit of a facade, I think, because
We're not bearing the risk.
we are not actually bearing any
bearing the
financial risk or
but
even
whether we bear
administrative risk.
or not, that's not my point. My point here is that an action of the city is enabling certain things to be done, and I'd like to have more control over what's done with this rather than anyone can apply. It may be, for example, a building that we would prefer not get that. We have no control over that. I think that's a critical point I want made. And the risk to the city, basically, the city puts a special assessment on, it would be supported by a lien, and we would delegate back to the private lender the lien. And what they've done is they've established a higher priority upon default than they would otherwise have for that loan.
That's right.
So how about, do other lenders, it seems to me they'd be pretty upset by this because in essence, their priority would be reduced by this. But that's something between the private lenders and the property owner. But I want folks to understand that the city's authority is being used, and we really don't have any control over what projects are supported by this when we put this in place, if we do.
I guess a different point of view is that I'm not sure whether I want government involved in what projects get financing or not, especially in this case. This is to facilitate green building improvements, with advances city policy and wanting to get more commercial properties to be greener. And I think we're allowing people to access more favorable financing that helps also advance a public policy that we care about, especially if there's no risk that we're bearing in the city. I'm not sure if the government's role actually should be involved in deciding who gets financing or not. If this makes financing more attractive to them, and it's a project that we've already entitled and decide that we want to advance, I think getting involved in, well, I don't like that project. I actually don't think that's appropriate for the city to be involved in when it comes to financing.
Well, all I can say is, in fact, the city's authority is being used, and it's important to understand that we're lending our taxing authority, and at that point, we have no control over it under this program. It's important for people to know that, and we may still go ahead with it. I'm not saying we shouldn't at this point, and it sounds attractive on its face, but it's important to understand the basic structure underlying this.
Can I ask? My understanding too, if I might add, is that the special assessment never even appears on the tax bill. It really is. It is really simply, it appears only in a private agreement between the lender and the property owner. So our treasurer's office, my understanding is, has no additional line item on the tax bill, to print. Except for these agreements that we signed, there's no kind of evidence of this arrangement inside City Hall.
Ms. Flynn?
Yeah, I guess I mean, I would almost be interested in it showing up on a tax bill if it turns out that it actually is the equivalent of a special assessment or a lien. But my question was, does it affect at all, the priority, let's say, if it is on a tax bill, right? And it's, what we would have is item 5, and the city property taxes would be paid, stormwater, sewer, whatever would be paid, solid waste maybe wouldn't be applicable if it were commercial property, and then this assessed special assessment would be paid. But does this C-PACE loan take priority over the real property taxes, or is it deprioritized relative to our collection of the city taxes?
Well, that's the same question that we asked, and I think Abby Johnson has an answer, but in a competition of priority between the city's delinquent taxes and the private loan, I think the answer was, well, if the private lender forecloses, they effectively own the building and they're going to pay the back taxes. So I guess in that scenario, we come second, but we get paid by somebody who has taken over the building with funds. That answer, I thought, should be explored a little more by the women representing the C-PACE program at the next meeting.
Yeah, I would be comfortable. I would want a more fulsome answer to that, because I guess, you could see that you could potentially have gaps between something not being paid and the time in which it takes to actually foreclose on a property. And I guess I would just be interested in, is there a way to structure the agreement that we actually take priority in anything being paid to the extent this is showing up on our tax bills?
Agreed.
Okay.
It's interesting because my recollection of the tax collection statutes is that a locality can't collect on delinquent real property tax until they're more than 3 years past due. And so in an interesting twist, this might actually enable us to not have to wait 3 years before they're past due, because they would probably take action sooner than that. So there's that element too.
Okay. Other questions or comments for staff? Okay. So I think staff's recommendation is to have first reading later on in November?
December 8th. was the
December.
date.
Okay. Guess we'll hear from you then after a follow-up on a few of these topics. Great. Thank you, Kurt, for joining us late at night.
Thank you all very much.
I think, is that it on business on the agenda? Okay. Any business not on the agenda? Do we have council committee or liaison reports?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Snyder.
just one big one. The COG board and Metro board meet on Monday, the 17th, and for approval of the DMV moves recommendations.
Sir?
In addition, the Virginia State, in addition, okay, so I'll start over. The COG board, which I serve on, and the Metro board will meet on Monday to discuss and approve the recommendations for future funding of Metro. And in addition, the Virginia legislature has had a work group under SJ 28, and NVTC at its meeting last week supported both. I just wanted folks to know that this is going on, and if anyone has any issues, and maybe staff could make sure that the entire council has the materials for the Monday meeting, and if anyone has any issues, I plan at this point to vote in support of the DMV moves recommendations and resolution. But again, if anyone has any questions or comments, please let me know. And Cindy, if you could circulate the DMV moves and the other materials from for the COG board meeting on Monday. Thanks. And Cindy's been involved in all of these efforts. And basically, the DMV moves issue is primarily focused on Metro. The SJ 28 relates also to funding VRE and local transit systems, and would help fund our local system if we wanted to reestablish it. Cindy, any comments?
No, concur and appreciate you raising it tonight, and I'll forward out the 2 recommendations. We'll also have it referenced in the legislative program that comes to council on the 17th as part of the legislative program, so we support SJ 28 getting funded in Richmond next session.
Other committee liaison reports? Councilmember comments?
I just want to note that I think Cindy told me earlier the Veterans Day festivities tomorrow at 11 are inside, not outside, because of the weather.
And OCOM has messaged that on the website and social media push. It was made about 5 this evening, I think.
Okay. Okay, we have minutes from May 12th, 2025. Anyone have comments on the minutes? We have a motion.
I move to approve the minutes of May 12th, 2025.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, minutes are adopted. Okay, if nothing else, let's adjourn. Good night, all.
Thank you, staff, for being here so late this evening.
Poor new finance director. Like, and he only needed to be there for like 3 seconds.
Over
I thought
something
he was
that we
coming
already
back. I was
talked
gonna
about.